Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. We'll be starting in a while.
Yes, Obama, you can start. Good morning to everyone. Like Dr. Seema Joshi and everyone is here. Thank you.
Sure. A very good morning to all the dignitaries and participants. I, Umama Fatima, on behalf of Department of Chemistry, Isabella THOBURN College, and Internal Quality Assurance Cell, take this opportunity to welcome you all to the International Conference on Applied Chemistry, exploring futuristic applications for sustainable development. It is so gratifying to see so many faculties, working professionals, and students from across the world join us for this conference. Chemistry has always been an integral part of all the advancements of the mankind. From simply breathing to nuclear advancements, chemistry finds applications everywhere. And so today, all of us have gathered together to discuss about applied chemistry and explore the futuristic applications to achieve sustainable development, making the world a lot better for the generations to come. Before we begin, I request all the participants to kindly turn off their mic, and for any queries after the session, kindly raise their hands. As per the tradition of our college, before starting any program, we invoke the presence of Almighty and seek His blessings. I would request Ms. Akriti Abraham to kindly lead us in prayer.
Let's place ourselves in the presence of the Lord and seek His blessings through the hymn, The Blessing.
Lord bless you and keep you, make His face shine upon you, and be gracious to you. The Lord turn His face toward you and give you peace. Lord bless you and keep you, make His face shine upon you, be gracious to you. The Lord turn His face toward you and give you peace. Amen.
Let us bow down and look to God in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today in this important event. Grant your guidance and blessings on this event so that we can enjoy and appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone present today that each may be able to share what she or he has for your glory and honor. Dear God, we offer everything to you during this event. We ask for your blessing and divine providence that the activities set for this undertaking be successful and effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experiences that we derive today. We pray that you bless all the people in charge, that they fulfill their tasks responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. Your generous blessing would mean the success of this event. We know that without it, we can do nothing. Let this event serve as a way to praise your name and spread your good news. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Akriti, for such a meaningful prayer. May we be showered with the blessings of the Almighty and be blessed with the abilities to achieve our goals while serving humanity. Beginning with the program, I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. Vinita Prakash, Principal, Isabella THOBURN College. Dr. Prakash has been the principal of Isabella THOBURN College since 2013. She has more than 30 years of teaching experience at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. She had qualified NET JRF and completed PhD from Department of English, University of Lucknow. She has a good number of publications to her credit. Dr. Prakash is a voracious reader, an excellent orator, and an exceptional leader. I would like to invite Dr. Prakash for her welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. On behalf of Isabella THOBURN College, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Professor Lydia Moroska, distinguished professor from the University of Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, and also director of the International Laboratory for Air Quality and Health. Besides this, she has a number of credentials as well, which will be intimated to the students when we give her introduction. I'm so happy, Professor Lydia Moroska, that you could join us all the way from Australia and be part of this conference. It is our privilege and honor to host you this morning. I hope that someday you will be able to come to person also at Isabella THOBURN College. And I would also like to inform you that Isabella THOBURN College is the first women's Christian college in Southeast Asia. And it has been a pioneer for women's education in the country in higher education, especially for over 135 years. And today also, it is a leading institution in providing quality education to women and also to empower women towards research. And this conference, which has been jointly organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and the Department of Chemistry of Isabella THOBURN College on the topic Applied Chemistry, Exploring Futuristic Applications for Sustainable Development, is an effort in that direction to empower women to go for research, especially in sciences and applied sciences. And the Department of Chemistry is one of the oldest and largest departments of the college. I would also like to welcome all the students and faculty of Isabella THOBURN College and students and faculty who have joined this online conference from different parts of the world. And I know for sure that this will be an invigorating experience for each one of you as you share your ideas, as you share your research and findings with each other. And it is going to show a new direction. I am grateful to the Department of Chemistry, Dr. Seema Joshi, Dr. Alfred Lawrence, and their entire team for working hard over so many days behind the scenes to put this conference together. And the COVID pandemic, this global pandemic, has actually brought us together. In the earlier days, we used to organize offline conferences, and it was difficult to get people from different parts of the world on one platform. But because of the advance in technology and the online platform, we are able to get people from different parts of the world on the same platform at the same time. So this is something that we have learned, and we also know that in the days to come, this format of blended learning and sharing ideas through this platform is going to be the norm. And this conference also will be having a number of distinguished keynote speakers. The keynote speakers for today are Dr. Taramani from IIT Ropar, Dr. Jagriti Saini from NTTR Chandigarh, and Dr. Sarat Guttikunda from IIT Delhi. My best wishes to all the students, all the participants, and also those who will be presenting their papers and sharing their research work. And I hope and pray that this will be a never to forget experience for each one of you. Thank you so much. God be with you. Have a wonderful time, and then share your experiences with me later on when the conference is over. My best wishes to each one of you. Once again, I welcome Professor Lydia Morozka in our midst, and I know that what she will be sharing with us will be of great help and benefit to each one of our students. Thank you so much. All the best.
Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am, for your constant motivation and for being pillar of strength in every task that we undertake. Without any further delay, I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. Seema Joshi, Head, Department of Chemistry, Isabella THOBURN College. Dr. Joshi is currently Associate Professor of Chemistry and has 33 years of experience in teaching. Her area of interest includes toxicology. She has delivered numerous lectures and has also presented papers in a number of national and international conferences. She has around 15 published papers to her credit in different international journals of repute and has 2 published book chapters as well. She also conducts several chemistry popularization programs. I now would like to welcome Dr. Joshi to brief us about the Department of Chemistry, Isabella THOBURN College. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Mama, for introduction. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Department of Chemistry and whole Isabella THOBURN College, I take this privilege to welcome Professor Lydia Morozka and all our invited guests and the participants in this international conference. In this conference, we have eminent speakers across the globe, and I wish to show them a glimpse of college and our department before them. Isabella THOBURN College is 135-year-old women college having 24 departments, and Department of Chemistry is one of the largest department with approximately 1/4 of the total college strength. The department was established in 1922, and since then imparting education and imparting education of chemical sciences to the students of biology and mathematics stream. The department runs both undergraduate and postgraduate programs, and both the programs follow semester system. The department also offers an interdisciplinary program under choice-based credit system. At present, there are 11 teaching and 4 non-teaching faculty in our department. Chemistry department's biggest strength is our faculty and their credentials. The department has experienced teachers, almost all have doctoral degree in different fields of chemistry, and one of the faculty has postdoctoral experience from international university. This enables the department to use right teacher for the right course.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible, Dr. Joshi.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am.
No.
Sir, audio has to be restarted. Dr. Joshi, please restart your audio system. Reconnect yourself.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Ma'am's audio is mute. Yes, you have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Hello.
Please speak, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible, ma'am.
Are the slides visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please, you have to again share your screen.
Share the screen. Okay.
Yes, we can see
Yes,
your.
ma'am, it's being shared.
Although curriculum is designed by the University of Lucknow, yet the department has developed its own benchmarks of quality and standard with regards to teaching. The students are from the different states of India, but mostly we are having students from nearby small cities to pursue their higher education from IT college. So apart from prescribed syllabus, the department also impart them quality education to develop their personality and personal skills. The department helps them to sharpen their critical and quantitative thinking skills and sensitize them. For this, we organize a lot of programs to sensitize the students to the various issues which are there in the, and I'm showing the glimpses of the activities which have been held in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for briefing us about the department. It is indeed our greatest honor to be a part of such a dynamic department and to learn from most amazing faculty. I now would like to invite Dr. Alfred Lawrence to brief us about the conference. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And like it is like a dream come true for me. Like first of all, for having this wonderful time and a wonderful conference. And then the second part is that Professor Lydia is with us. So this is something very big for me, like a dream come true for me. Thank you, Professor Lydia, for like sharing your like time for me. Like first of all, let me like show the elite fields why we have taken applied chemistry rather than not pure chemistry, because it is like in elite fields of applied chemistry. We have analytical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, industrial chemistry, and like you can see a number of other fields which can be linked up with applied chemistry. And the major like chemistry is environmental chemistry, and this is the like this is what the reason behind all spreading of COVID also in the recent time. So that's why like we didn't opted for a pure chemistry, we opted for a applied chemistry. Then if the students can see what are the job prospects, well, you can see you can apply for academic researcher, you can be an analytical chemist also, you can be a biotechnologist also, like you will be hearing a few papers from our biotechnologists also in the coming days. You can be a nanotechnologist, research scientist, and whatnot you can be from like applying from applied chemistry. Well, why we planned this conference? Like you must have seen like n number of other conferences which is taking place in India, but you find very few women scientists. My motive was to initiate like women towards higher education, towards research, and that's why I personally wanted to have this particular conferences, and I have invited n number of different women scientists to deliver their talks. Everyone are busy, but still just to empower their women, just to empower our students, they have given their time. And you can see in IT college, Isabella THOBURN College, we have 7 departments and approximate more than 700 students are pursuing postgraduate, but very few go towards research. I want more and more students to be inclined towards research. I want more Indians, women faculty, to apply for different projects and get themselves acquaintance with research work. Well, research aptitude in every prospect of our life, we should have a research aptitude. Educational research is a managerial tool that provides information essential for good decision making. So for every good decision making, not only what you are doing, but in your home, in your daily life, you should have a research type of aptitude. Why? It is an attempt to be inquiring, to discover answers to questions, develop concepts and theories. It is an intellectual joy. I would like to say, like if you will develop a research aptitude, then you will see what type of different joy you will be having while doing your research work. Well, challenges faced for women, especially I'm talking about Indian women's in this part of, like India, especially in northern part of India. They have a lot of social obligations. They have family responsibilities. Just after doing their masters, their parents tell, their father tell that you have to get married and few of the students, while pursuing their masters, they are already married, so they will be having family responsibilities for that. Then relocation issues, like if they are residing in Lucknow and if they get married in Dubai or somewhere else in like different parts of the world, they have to move away from their land. Then priorities, their priorities become different. Like first till masters or their education, they were thinking about education. Then soon after marriage, they are devoted what their husband tells or what their mother-in-law tells. This is a major factor in northern India. Then age factor. As soon as like women get over 30 years or 40 years in India, they think that they have crossed the age limit and they cannot do research. And then at the end, moral ethics. So like these six major like challenges are faced in northern India. So my reason, my point of having this conference is to show you that, see, chemistry department faculty, see other renowned scientists throughout the globe, they have crossed all these challenges to become something what the world is seeing right now. Well, what this conference has to offer, like everybody must be thinking that what this conference has to offer. So I will tell you, like we have chief guests from all the way from Australia. Then we have different talks from IIT Madras, Indian Institute of Roper, Indian Institute of Madras, then professors from Western Michigan University, United States of America, then University College Dublin, Ireland, then University of Manchester, one of the best university, from United Kingdom, and then Alcliffe Miracle Institute, Switzerland. So all these eminent scientists will be delivering talks and will be giving you their precious time for us. So we have to understand, the student has to understand, the women students has to understand the importance of research. And if few of the students will develop their zeal towards research, I think so my motive will be solved. Foreign students, like from different part of the globe, will be delivering their, talks, and they will be, sharing their experiences also. One of our alumni who is in Western Michigan University, she will be also here. She will be sharing her struggles, like what she did, to be, doing what she is doing. So like over 600 participants from all over the country have registered, and especially women. I want to show. So far till yesterday night, I was making this slides. So in 616 participants were registered here, and out of that, like I was so overwhelmed, I was so happy. Like out of that, 90.3% were students. So women, like they are, trying to develop their zeal, but something is lacking. Like the social responsibility is lagging. They are pulling them. And I want them to overcome those boundaries. 8.1% were academicians, and only few persons from other part of the designations. And this is the new trend, which I have seen recently. Like you can see through this graph, 71.3% were not interested in submitting their research paper for this conference, but 28.7% of the women, students, they have shown their interest towards submitting their research papers. And this is wonderful, this is wonderful startup, what I have seen. So for the first time, we sought research papers from PG departments. Like it is not like our PG department is not like in different parts of the world, they have a number of other activities. They don't work towards their research, but we sought research paper from PG department, and especially from Isabella THOBURN College. And our students were so good, and I'm going to appreciate all the students of masters. They have worked very hard for the research papers, and they have submitted a lot of research papers. Like overall, the students submitted 50 research papers from the biotechnology department, from nutrition, from St. John's College, from IIT Mumbai, from different part of the world. The women have come, the students have come, and they have submitted their research papers. And I want to thank every student who have worked hard and for submitting research papers. And 32 were selected for peer review after going through peer reviews. And it is going to be published in Indian Journal of Advances in Chemical Sciences. It is an international journal. Well, so it is already, if you go into the website and you will see, like it is in a process that, like our research papers are there, and it is going to be published soon. Well, I want to thank the sponsors also, HDFC Bank and Mr. Anurag Rai, Assistant Vice President SDFC. He has, sponsored this event. And then Reliance Industries Limited, Baraminki, they have also, worked hard and they have supported us. Then Reliance Digital, they have also helped us in, giving the prizes for the students. And then Cappuccino Blast, always Cappuccino Blast helps us, and they will be offering free lunches, so students, be prepared for your presentation and give your hard work for that, so it will be wonderful. And at the end, I would like to say, once you stop learning, you start dying. So I don't want anyone to die. And so you have to keep on trying and learn from your experience, learn from what different delegates will be telling, different keynotes will be saying. And I hope you all have a fruitful experience. So thank you, everyone. And thank you for listening. Have a great time.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a quick insight of the conference. I'm sure this 3-day-long conference is going to be an enriching experience for all of us and will surely contribute towards our growth to undertake any future endeavors. Moving further, with greatest honor and privilege, I take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our chief guest for the day, Professor Lidia Morawska. Professor Lidia Morawska is a distinguished professor at the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, Australia, and the director of the International Laboratory for Air Quality and Health at QUT, which is a collaborating center of the World Health Organization on research and training in the field of air quality and health. Professor Lidia also holds positions of adjunct professor at the Institute of Environmental and Climate Research, Jinan University, Guangzhou, China, of Vice Chancellor Fellow at Global Center for Clean Air Research, University of Surrey, UK, and is a co-director of the Australia-China Centre for Air Quality Science and Management. She conducts fundamental and applied research in the interdisciplinary field of air quality and its impact on human health and the environment, with a specific focus on science of airborne particulate matter. An author of over 800 journal papers, book chapters, and refereed conference papers, Professor Lidia has been involved at the executive level with a number of relevant national and international professional bodies, and is a member of Australian Academy of Science and a recipient of numerous scientific awards. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Many, many thanks. Before I say anything, let me share my screen first. To make sure that this works. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. Good morning to you, and good afternoon from Brisbane. First of all, thank you, Dr. Lawrence, if I can call you Alfred, for inviting me. It was almost 10 years ago since you attended the conference here in Brisbane. It was great to have you here. Thank you very much, Dr. Prakash, Principal ITTC, for your kind words, Dr. Joshi, and you, Umama, for nicely introducing me. There's lots to talk. Now, I'm not sure whether you realize it's a chemical conference and you invited a physicist to this. I'm a physicist. So hopefully you can cope with this. But as you'll see from my experience, really, physics, physiochemistry, and all sciences are in a way linked together. And unless we conduct interdisciplinary research, nowadays we can't really go very far. So I will be talking about energy. And again, energy is another area of science. So the question is the relationship between air pollution and generation of energy. What do we need to know and do? And what I'll do, I'll first start from my personal perspective. Personal perspective, what attracted me to study air pollution. Now, my background and first degree is in nuclear physics. My PhD was in environmental radioactivity, specifically radon and its progeny in the air. That was in Poland. And then I was doing a postdoc at the University of Toronto there I still continued research on radon progeny, but there I had an access to this specific instrument, differential mobility particle sizer, one of the few instruments at that time available, used mainly for laboratory studies. Now, the point was that at the time I started thinking that this area of radon and radon progeny is becoming scientifically exhausted, while its applied nature is, of course, very important. So I was in a way looking for something new, something different, some new perspectives. And on one occasion, I extended the probe of this instrument outside the window of my lab at the ground floor of busy street of Toronto. And there I realized that there are lots and lots of thousands, hundreds of thousands of particles per cubic centimeter in the air. So I said, wow, what are these particles present in such quantities outside in the window? Well, I thought that it had something to do with the traffic on the street, but there was nothing in the literature about this whatsoever. So I thought, wow, this is a new and important science. So when I got my position at QUT here in Brisbane, my goal became to establish a line of research which would allow me to answer these questions. What were the particles? So what I'm leading, as it's been mentioned, International Laboratory for Air Quality and Health. And the work over the past, well, almost 30 years, over 30 years here in Brisbane, allowed me to answer this question: what are the particles in urban air? So I now know, as we all know, that most of them are ultrafine, smaller than 0.1 micrometers. We know where they come from combustion sources like roads and other forms of transportation. And we can look very in depth into their physics, down to molecular sizes and very complex chemistry. We also know that they are formed in the air from gaseous precursors. There's a lot of complex chemistry here when secondary organic aerosols are present. So my research enabled to answer many of these questions, but there was still an issue how to apply this science so the knowledge about the ultrafine particles can be used. The difficulty was not enough epidemiology and the complex epidemiology. So then a few years ago, I established this, well, it was just ad hoc organization of this group, which we called ourselves Thinking Outside the Box group, which I led, and we had exposure colleagues, toxicology, epidemiology, and we came up with this document, white paper, ambient ultrafine particles, evidence for policy makers. Really, what to do about this? And my sort of personal pride, I would say, has been about a month ago when the WHO announced new air quality guidelines. And by the way, I was a co-chair of the guidelines development group, where for the first time in these guidelines, we have numerical values. These are not recommendations, but typical values of particle number concentrations, which means ultrafine particles based on the work we've done. So this is great. This fascination of research, applied nature of this research. Now policymakers can do something about this. But there's another element to this. I was on the flight from Brisbane to Manila. This was November 2017, and I was going to a WHO regional meeting in Manila. On the plane, I was working on my slides, and in particular, I had this slide, exactly how it looked. And I was asking in this question, will electric cars solve urban air pollution problems? And then it depends on the electricity, how it's generated from the cars, by burning fossil fuels or renewables. And also the issue about the urban air pollution, where it comes from urban traffic, but also from outside. So when I was just polishing up this slide, I noticed that a gentleman sitting across the aisle on the plane was glancing on this slide. And eventually he couldn't contain himself and asked me, are you working on electric cars? I said, no, I'm a physicist working basically on air quality, air pollution. And then I started, so he was silent, and started explaining these things to him, that electricity, cars, and so on. And then he listened and listened, and there was silence. And then he said, this discussion is closed. And I looked at him and I said, what do you mean? In what sense it is closed? It turned out that the gentleman across the aisle was the principal energy specialist at the Asian Development Bank. And what he meant that the world is already well on the trajectory to clean the energy sources. That this means, well, we can study air pollution, but really they shouldn't be pollution, and we know how to do it. And this is really something which, while at that stage I realized, but from then on, it was really my main goal, how to clean the energy sources. So I'll tell you about a little bit in this presentation about ambient air pollution and its sources, indoor air pollution and its sources, impact of air pollution, and well, what to do about it. Air, the atmosphere. Well, we know what it is, a layer of gases, commonly known as air, retained by Earth's gravity. And the point, however, I'm making is that the pollution has different impacts at different heights of the atmosphere. So if we are talking about the height of this person or any of us, we are talking about health, the impact of health. But when we are talking about anything which happens at the higher levels, we are talking about climate change. So really, when considering our emissions and what they do, we need to consider these two aspects, health and climate change. So air pollution and its sources. I'll start with giving you a quote. Just let's read this quote and see whether, well, it's something you can associate with. A noisome brown haze would be hanging low over the city streets, capable of dulling the majestic polish and sparkle. Can you imagine a situation like this? Well, even in relatively clean Brisbane, we can imagine something like this when we are standing at the hill overlooking the Brisbane. Well, when we are looking at the second part of this quote, charcoal smoke from household kitchen, bakers' ovens, blacksmiths' furnaces, funeral pyres, and so on. Well, is this an image of a modern city? Maybe in some places, maybe not. Well, the issue is that this quote describes Rome Anno Domini 66. So urban air pollution is not a phenomenon of our times. It has been with our society for a very long time. And if we look here at this description, which is a kind of essay description, but we can pinpoint sources: brown haze, charcoal smoke, clouds of dust. So looking at ancient Rome and its air pollution sources, what we need to mention is that at that time, which is that was close to 80 our dating, Rome's population was just over 1 million, and in the whole world there were only two cities of similar size, Alexandria and Antioch. So the sources which were there in Rome were combustion, charcoal smoke. Combustion is the term we are using, of course, now, and photochemistry, noisome brown haze. I'll come back to this. There was also city dust, mechanical dust, and something which was not mentioned, it's long-range transport. In that case was dust from Sahara. Long-range transport is also a source of pollution in cities. So these general types of sources are similar to the contemporary cities. With the combustion, what I stress as the main air pollution source, whether from vehicles, from industry, or from burning of any kind of burning, including bushfires. Well, about the vehicles all around us. I'm sure you can look outside the window and see many vehicles. How many pollutants are emitted by a typical vehicle? Tens, hundreds, thousands? Well, over 4,000 species in the gaseous, vapor, and particle form are emitted from vehicles, from vehicle exhaust. And this is similar to any other type of combustion, be it cigarette smoking, be it burning. It's different composition, different chemistry, but thousands of pollutants. We obviously cannot measure all of them. These several typical ones are listed here. The black dots are particles. I'll be coming back to the issue of the particles. We measure only some of them because it's not possible. It doesn't make sense to measure all of them. Now, there's also the aspect of primary and secondary pollutants. So we've talked about cars and what cars emit. Could be also natural sources, could be other anthropogenic sources, stationary. So what they emit directly are the primary pollutants. But then there's a very complex physical chemistry in the air, including then the impact of UV radiation. And that's how many, many more pollutants are formed. These are secondary pollutants, these which are formed in the air. So it is a very, very complex science. Now, we won't talk more about this, but just a comment about a little bit of a history of air pollution. So, well, I mentioned Rome, but really air pollution started from prehistoric time when, and I mean anthropogenic, man-made, when people learned how to lit fire. Well, we talk about ancient Rome, but it wasn't really until Industrial Revolution when pollution started taking really on and the concentration started increasing. So what are the global trends which have been driving this? Well, in the first instance, growing population. So if we look at the population over time, and it is well after the time we looked at the Roman time when there were only 3 cities over a million, so we can see how population has been increasing, and this trend, as you know, it still continues. But it is not that much as such population. The issue is increasing energy consumption. Since we've learned, as soon as we've learned how energy could be useful, we've extended this and gradually we have been finding more and more application for energy, and we've been using more and more of energy. So here it's the diagram showing the timelines over the contemporary times and the inventions which drove increase in energy consumption. And we can also see how little of this energy is still generated from renewable sources and how much from fossil fuels. So what's the reason for air pollution? We can answer this very simply. Air pollution is mainly from energy sources. Clean energy means no air pollution. Well, you can ask also a question. Okay, I've presented this long history, so you can ask why, with such a long history, we still haven't addressed air pollution problem, why we haven't cleaned it. There are a number of reasons for this. The first one is that for a very long time, people did not realize that this is a problem. It really wasn't until the 1950s of the previous century when air pollution was linked to health problems. So if you don't realize that something is a problem, you don't do anything about this. Now, new pollution sources and pollutants have been introduced, are being introduced all the time. So while we address old sources, there are new being invented. And also our detection tools are becoming better. We can now measure the particles down to molecular size. We can uncover the whole chemistry of the pollutants. So we understand this much, much better, and the science has still been evolving. But there's one other big reason, and perhaps the biggest one, why we haven't done anything about this. Well, on the one hand, if we consider air pollution sources, they are our friends. So fire was a friend of this prehistorical time, and fire is still a friend at our times. This is a note from Poland when I was growing as a child, and this was the smoking chimneys, industrial chimneys. This was pride, this was progress, this was industrialization, this was our friend. And many other situations when air pollution sources are our friends, they help us, they gave us pleasure. But it is only like this when air pollution sources, when we realize that pollution is the enemy, when we can't see. But until that point, it's this issue between being friend and being enemy. It's very difficult for the humanity, for the society to address. So a few words now about impacts of air pollution. Global versus local air pollution impacts. Global, well, everybody has heard about greenhouse effects, effects on climate and ozone depletion, and local environmental problems, which are impacts in particular on health. Local impacts become global problems when they start being the same everywhere around the world. And air pollution health is a global problem, as covered by this range of studies, global burden of disease studies. These studies have been going for, well, almost a decade now. And what's appearing on the screen is the list of global risk factors which affect people. And you will be surprised that among the 70 individual factors, 300 diseases, the whole world basically, ambient air pollution and household air pollution are at the top of the list after sort of more lifestyle factors. If we put the two of them together, they are number 4. So it's one of the key issues in terms of health. Now, what are the health outcomes, effects? Now, if you look at this list, respiratory effects, allergy, cancer, irritative effects, sensory effects on cardiovascular system, increased mortality, basically there's every part of our body and every system that it is affected. I often ask, well, people would say, okay, are we safe in Australia, where by comparison, air quality is much better than in many other parts of the world. So this is how it normally is. But this is a photo which I took some time ago, just before landing in Brisbane, where we still see this layer of brown haze. So there was a study published just recently, but by a group of my colleagues and actually former PhD students, investigating all cause or mortality of this particular cohort. Now, the conclusion of the study was that exposure even to this low levels of air pollution, as experienced in Sydney, reduces life expectancy, which means it's not only exposure at high levels. And this document, WHO Air Quality Guidelines, which I've mentioned a moment ago, released about a month in September. Now, I'm not going to go into details. These are the 6 classical pollutants that the document covers, averaging time of the pollutants. Now, the previous levels of the pollutants of the previous edition of the guidelines in 2005. And these are the new levels. Now, if you look at most of them, the new levels are much lower than the previous levels, because we have now more and more evidence that air pollution basically at any levels is a risk factor. Well, then there's the issue of the another global impact, climate change. The globe looks red like this. And again, I'm coming back to Brisbane or Australia, which is considered much cleaner. But this was the period of a few months in Australia, the summer of 2019, 2020, when Australian cities looked like this. This is bushfire smoke, weeks and months of bushfire smoke. And then there were studies published on the health impacts of this period of summers, showing that 3 in 5 Australians were affected by bushfire smoke and what health impacts and then also economic impacts which it caused. Well, you can say bushfire smoke, it's natural. So can we do anything about, and shall we treat it as a natural source? Well, a few years ago, with a group of colleagues from around the world, including Indian colleagues, we set to investigate this topic of severe air pollution episodes. And we asked a question: how have the frequency, intensity, duration of these episodes evolved over time? There were many findings from these studies, but they can be summarized in this diagram. So without going to the details of exactly the meaning of the variables, but if you look at the world and it's the colors, when it's green, it's getting better. Where it's red, it's getting worse. And in particular, in Australia, it's getting worse. In India as well. In the western part of United States, in many other places, it's getting worse. So what we've concluded that severe air pollution episodes, while the situation is improving in Chinese cities, deteriorating in Australian cities, not changing in South American cities, varying across European. What we also found that reduction in baseline air pollution, which means regulations in terms of vehicle emissions, industry, and so on, is the key measure against episodic air pollution. But there's no solution to preventing events caused by climate change affected natural sources. So while this kind of fires are natural sources, but they are climate change affected, and we affected the climate change. A few months ago, well, 2 months ago or so, the IPCC issued a new report. And not surprisingly, the conclusion was the scale of recent changes across the climate system as a whole and the present state of many aspects of the climate system are unprecedented over many centuries to many thousands of years. Well, before I say what to do, a few words about specific aspect of air pollution, indoor air pollution and its impacts. Well, cooking, where air pollution is generally one of our most basic necessities from the beginning of humanity until, of course, now. Heating as well. We can't survive without cooking and heating. The problem is globally that almost 3 billion people, around up to 7 million households, still rely on solid fuels for their cooking and heating needs. 1.3 billion have no electricity. 2.8 billion have no access to clean fuels, just using solid fuels, which are wood, charcoal, coal, and so on. So this is globally a huge problem. And the impacts of household air pollution, and in particular impacts of women and children who spend more time than men exposed to this pollution, is unprecedented. The concentrations of these pollutants are, well, could be anything of this level and higher, PM2.1 milligram per cubic meter, ultrafine particles more than 10 to the fifth. We won't have time to discuss what it means, but we can say that it's 20 times higher than WHO current WHO guidelines, or 50 times higher than the WHO annual guidelines. These are huge concentrations. In terms of ultrafine particles, they are more than 100 times higher than typical. So it's not surprising that household air pollution from solid fuel accounts globally for 0.43 million in 2012. So this is not only the issue in developing countries. I have a personal experience with this, conducting studies with my students and former students in several countries. For example, this study conducted by Tenzing Wanchung in Bhutan, investigating children personal exposure. So without these are particle numbers, which is ultrafine particles, well, you don't need really to understand much about air pollution, but looking at this concentration, 2 orders of magnitude higher than background concentration during cooking at time, gives you an idea how significantly children and women are exposed. Similar situation from slightly different sources investigated by my former PhD student and now colleague in Ghana. Here now in Accra, people have access to electricity, but still they use solid fuels for cooking, and there's also trash burning. And again, the concentrations too, and this is the responsibility of children often to do this trash burning. The exposure is incredible. Now, one measure of the impacts is by this DALI. That's how it is done in the Global Burden of Disease studies, disability adjusted life years. So this is in 2004, and it shows the parts of the world where DALIs, which is the impacts, are the highest. What is the trend? Is it in solid fuels use? Is it changing? Is it the situation is improving? Well, when we look at this time series of percentage of population using solid fuels, we can see that yes, the situation is, well, kind of improving. But if we extrapolate, it will be a very long time if the trend is as presented here before real changes will be made. So how to reduce the use of solid fuels faster? So lessons from some parts of the world, like for example, Laos, where I've done some studies and looked into this issue recently. So even so, 85% of households have electricity and able to use electric cook stove, but wood is cheaper. People think that charcoal makes food tasty. And there are other reasons, and these other reasons where rural households mostly use solid fuels for cooking, particularly in winter. So still a lot of problems despite having access to electricity. Now, do people realize that this is a problem? Because this, again, I've said this before, that's realization. We've conducted and still conduct some investigations in Honiara at the Solomon Islands, well, islands not very far from the coast of Australia. And here I am with my former PhD student and then postdoc, and in a local community. We are measuring emissions from this, well, burning of wood. And I asked a question to this chief of the village, sort of very intelligent, very switched person. Is there any understanding within the community of the impact of smoke on health? He looked at me surprised and said, no one has heard of this or made a link. Well, again, if people even don't realize that this is a problem, it's very difficult to change anything, as the Solomon Islands government realized. Well, so what to do? There was this conference, the first WHO global conference on air pollution in health at the end of 2018. And that aspirational goal was then verbalized by the Dr. Tedros, the DG of the WHO. Our dream is a world free of air pollution. A reduction of the number of deaths from air pollution by 2/3 by 2030. How to achieve this? Well, a very clear message from this conference came: air pollution must be terminated through the transition to clean energy. You may ask a question why this term terminated was used. because one of the participants was Arnold Schwarzenegger, if you watched his movie, The Terminator. So really it's termination. There were many Indian participants organizations in that conference as well. So this, well, whether it started, but this gave momentum to this change. We can also ask whether there are the global development, sustainable development goals for clean air. Well, if you look at these goals, is there clean air? Well, it is the clean energy. So once we achieve clean energy, we achieve clean air. But there are a lot of discussion about the difficulties, the progress, how to do this, the trajectories. And as I was trying to kind of, in perhaps a simplistic way to present the trajectories, for example, from this very dirty to cleaner cook stove to even more cleaner and eventually to zero emitting energy. But I think the world needs something else now. It is this trajectory directly from very dirty to clean. Solar stove, electric stoves, we have the technologies. So there was this guideline, household air pollution, issued by the WHO several years ago. I also participated in this activity. So this supports this case that moving from more pollutant to slightly better is not really helping much. So this is a quote from the document. Despite achieving large percentage reduction of PM2.5, particulate matter smaller than 2.5, compared to baseline solid fuels from traditional stove, none of the improved solid fuel stove reviewed reached the WHO interim target 1 for annual average kitchen PM2.5 concentration, which means it didn't meet the air quality guidelines, the old guidelines, and it wouldn't meet the current guidelines. So really, we need to move much faster. Now, what are the impediments to energy transition? Now, the first and the foremost is the whether it's within the government priorities. Within government priorities in Australia, in India, or in Poland. Tomorrow I'm giving a presentation at a big conference in Poland where Hillary Clinton speaks the first. If it's not within government priorities, it's an obstacle, it's a problem. So the second, so that's the first. The second is there's no one universal solution. Different energy packages for different regions are necessary. There is some investment in infrastructure needed, but there should be a realization that moving to clean energy generates huge opportunities and new economy on its own. Well, there's also lack of awareness of risk. And then we come across cultural or traditional obstacles. For example, perception that food may taste differently if cooked on clean energy stoves. So the economic development versus energy transition. One could also say that it is the richer country can do better. Well, this is an insight into this. If we look at this UN development report from 2018, ranking countries based on the Human Development Index. On the first place is Norway, then it's Switzerland, and number 3 is Australia. So one would expect that, well, within this small group, Norway and Australia should perform similarly in terms of moving towards clean energies. How to assess this? Well, in terms of something which is easy to assess, the percentage of new electric car sales. Now, number 1, as not surprisingly, was Norway. Where was Australia? Australia had only 2.8% and was far, far below this list. So it's not really the development of the country. It is the political will to move to clean energy, to embrace the new economy. So in summary, energy transition to clean energy is not a choice, but an imperative for humanity. Technologies for clean energy generation exist. are very advanced and expanding. And it's in your hands, the students, to bring contribution to this, because there's still a lot which can be done. And the advancement can accelerate and new solutions found if there is a demand. So in that sense, this discussion is closed. We have no other way but to move to clean energy, as now my colleague from the Asian Development Bank, we established a good friendship set on that flight from Brisbane to Manila. I'll finish with this quote from a conference which I attended in Portugal a few years ago from Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Stone Age finished not because we ran out of stones, which means energy transition to solution to air pollution before we run out of fossil fuels. So with this, pointing out to the complexities in relation to air quality, science, awareness, technology, and politics, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enriching session. It was indeed very interesting. Listening to your experiences and events of your life that made you look into the matter of cleaning energy sources. Various facts about air pollution and its sources were eye-openers indeed. We got to know about primary and secondary pollutants, the global trends, the impacts of air pollution, household air pollution, etc. Learned about energy transition. It was an informative session and very interesting. Thank you so much. I would now like to announce that the floor is open for the question answer session. The participants who are interested in asking the questions are requested to raise their hands up, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, it was very interesting and informative. My question is there new inventions or techniques which are under research to reduce air pollution?
There are lots of different inventions. So first of all, looking at different fuels, because the question is what fuels are we going to use? For example, we can say that one new fuel which didn't exist some time ago, it's hydrogen, powering vehicles and using in general hydrogen as air fuel. Now, it's there are complexities of this and new technologies, not just for this as a fuel, but how to use it, for example, using the existing infrastructure. In many places, for example, natural gas is used for cooking, for heating. So we have a big infrastructure. Can this infrastructure be used for using hydrogen? To a certain extent is, but there's also the part of developments, how to use this in the spirit of transition. So there's lots and lots of different technologies, different applications, not to mention the storage of carbon dioxide. So it's just a wealth of opportunities.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful presentation. It was quite interesting and informative. So, ma'am, I would like to ask, in today's time, we are confronted with an increasing shortage of resources on one hand and increasing pollution of the planet on the other, not only by undesired emissions, but also by desired emissions, that is the product themselves. So can you please mention some interventions or some ways to counteract the adverse environmental and health impacts this is causing?
Well, there are, as I highlighted in my talk, there are lots of impacts, health impacts, environmental impacts. And as I said, we have technologies. We have lots of technologies, and these technologies can be advanced. The problem is not just technologies. The main problem and the main obstacle are regulations and political will to implement them. The fact that we have an amazing technology which can solve problems which can be a clean, not emitting or not having any impact, it's not going to do anywhere if there is no green light for using this. For example, solar energy. We've known how to use it for a few decades now. There were big solar power plants, for example, in United States, and that was 20 years ago or how long ago. And these businesses, after demonstrating that this can operate, this can work, this can deliver clean energy, basically collapsed because there was no support in terms of regulations. So unless there's support in regulations, unless there's supportive regulatory system, the technologies themselves won't resolve the issue. And this is something we all need to realize, because at the end, we elected politicians, we as people in most of the world, we can do something about this. So we've got to make sure that every single politician knows how important it is, and therefore to drive the regulatory system such that all these amazing technologies and science can be used and implemented.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for attending my query. Ma'am, there's one thing more that I would like to add to this. Ma'am, most of the current chemical production processes, they lack efficiency in using feedstocks, and they produce large amounts of waste. So ma'am, what according to you can be done to combat this issue?
Well, I was talking mainly about combustion emissions, but there are many other sectors which generate pollution, which has all kinds of impacts. So what kind of interventions very much depends on the type of the facility, of the type of the process. So there's no one answer to this. But again, in each of the situations, the first point is to realize and assess what this particular process or what this particular facility is doing in terms of emissions. Once this assessment is made and once the realization is made that there is pollution, well, then there are different steps which could be taken to, well, change to a different process, remove it completely, shut it down and move to a different process. So these are options which are available. But once we realize that this is a problem, with wide open eyes, we should confront this and say, this shouldn't be happening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for attending my query. It was a delight talking to you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, in one of your slides, you have to talk about indoor air pollution. Now, my question is indoor air pollution is more dangerous than outdoor pollution?
Well, we wouldn't say that it's more dangerous if we are talking about combustion products. So combustion products from the burning inside are often similar to the combustion products which are outside. But however, one big issue is that, first of all, the concentration. If this burning occurs indoor in a confined space where there's no dilution of the pollutants and therefore the concentration is very high, and also people, and as I said, particularly women and children, spending a lot of time there. So this exposure results then to significantly worse situation that often it would be with diluted pollution outside. And also the specific focus is on children. Now, on one of those slides, I had an image of which I took that was in Bhutan, of a mother with a baby on her back. And that baby with the mother was about 2 meters from the fire. The concentration was such that I just couldn't stand this. This was so high. So imagine, so these babies exposed to air pollution, exposed when they are babies, but exposed before they are born, what does it do to their health? So in that sense, indoor air pollution causes potentially, it depends where, more health effects than outdoor because of the very high concentration and time spent and exposure to very little children.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You are very welcome.
I think so. Priya also has a question. Yeah, Priya, you can ask.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am. First of all, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Ma'am, my question is, how does this paint the road or inking solution works helps in reducing the air pollution? And as they are for the outdoor, outdoor, like they are photocatalytic catalytic. So how can we use this paint the road or wall for indoors, and how does it work, and what's the future, ma'am?
So the question is what, if I understand correctly, what technologies to use indoors? Well, when we are talking mainly about cooking, but not only. We are talking also about various appliances. We are talking about powering of our computers, powering of any other household appliances. So what sources to use? It is really very difficult to imagine that it is not powered by electricity. The question really is how this electricity is generated for this powering of all the things we need to power at home. Whether the electricity is coming from the grid, and then how it is generated for the grid, whether it's from the coal or fossil fuels, or from energies, clean energies, or it could be also locally generated also from, of course, from clean fuels stored locally. So it's not that, in this case, not that much the specific technology inside the house which to use, but how to generate energy, and in particular electricity for powering the house. So if I understood your question correctly.
Yes, perfect. Like there are like few other questions, but like due to a shortage of time, like we will let Lydia to go. And Lydia, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated for your time. Like a wonderful talk. And anyway, like whenever you come to India, please let us know so that we can personally invite you to our institute. It will be a wonderful blessing for all the students. Thank you once again. Over to you, Mama.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for attending all the queries. I'm sure it helped our participants to clear their doubts and get a clear picture of the concepts and the ideas. I would now like to hand over the mic to Ms. Shaista to proceed with the program. Over to you, Shaista.
Moving further, I would like to welcome and introduce our first keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Tharamani CN. Dr. Tharmani is an associate professor and head Department of Chemistry at Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar. She holds a PhD degree from Bangalore University. Prior joining IIT Ropar, she spent 5 years in Germany as senior scientist and postdoctoral fellow at Ruhr University, Bochum, and a year at University of Saskatchewan, Canada. She has also been a recipient of several fellowships like Alexander von Humboldt Postdoctoral Fellowship, Germany, and Ramanujan Fellowship by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Her research interests include design and development of various carbonaceous materials, nanomaterials, molecular catalysts towards energy conversion and storage, in-depth fundamental analysis of the newly designed electrocatalyst towards fuel cells and batteries by various electrochemical, spectroscopic, microscopic, and scanning probe techniques. Her scientific output resulted in 66 publications and 3 patents at international refereed journals like Chemistry of Materials, Journal of Materials Chemistry A, Analytical Chemistry, Journal of Physical Chemistry C, ACS Applied Material and Interface, Chemical Communications, and many more. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Professor Thara?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. I think so that there is some technical glitches.
Am I
Yes, like we can see
Audible?
you. Yes, you are audible, but the network issue, there is some network issue. Sorry for the glitches. Like we will patiently wait for her, like she has been disconnected due to some technical issues, so she will be joining soon. We are just waiting for her. Yes, she is here. Yes, she is here. Professor Tara Murray, can you hear us? Yes. Professor, you are co-host, so you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Okay. So I did it. It was not taking. So am I audible now?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Alfred. So we can start now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 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 Thank you for the nice.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear, and like we cannot see you. Ma'am, we cannot. Your voice is not audible, and like we cannot see you. I think so. There is some technical issue.
I can't hear
Hello?
anything.
Sorry,
Nothing is audible.
you're not able to hear.
It's Alfred, I can't hear.
I think so. There is some technical issue, like some network issue
Yes,
at your
too
area.
much disturbance is there.
Yes. Like, so should we wait for another like a couple of more minutes? Yes, we can see your slides, ma'am. So like we will be waiting very patiently for Professor Theramani. Like there is some glitches. Usually during this technical sessions, and due to online sessions, these things do happen. Saima, can you hear me? Saima or Umama?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Rayan. I think so. There is some technical issue. So Professor Tharamani, can you hear us? So Dr. Jagrati is here. If Jagrati is sending.
So I can see her, she's there.
Okay, great. Okay, I think so. Professor Thara Amani, should we wait, or you can solve your technical glitch and after half an hour or so? Dr. Jagrati Sani, you are a co-host, so you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay, Jagrati, you are here. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Professor Thara Amani, so should we continue with the next speaker? Okay, fine. Umama, so I think so there is some technical glitches with Professor Thara. So we will carry on with her after Professor Jagrati Sani. We'll give her time. So in the meantime, we will be requesting to kindly introduce Dr. Jagrati Sani.
Sure, sir. Over to you, Katyayani. Please proceed with the further event.
Taking the event further, I would now like to welcome and introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Jagrati Sani. Dr. Jagrati Sani was born in Himachal Pradesh district, Mandi. She holds a diploma in electronics and communication engineering from GPW Kandahar and completed her BTech in electronics and communication engineering from Himachal Pradesh University. She received her master's degree in electronics and communication engineering from the National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research from Chandigarh. She is also receiving an Inspire Fellowship from the Department of Science and Technology for carrying out her research work, and she was awarded a gold medal for securing the highest percentile in the entire university during her master's degree. Ms. Jagrati is currently pursuing her PhD in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh. Her PhD thesis entitled Design and Development of Intelligent Indoor Air Quality Monitoring and Prediction System, Vayu Veda, is mainly focused on developing cost-effective real-time monitoring and prediction system for indoor air quality management. She published more than 25 papers in reputed peer-reviewed international journals and conferences. She is a frequent reviewer of journals and international conferences. Her current research interests include artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, environmental monitoring, indoor air quality monitoring and prediction, healthcare system, e-health, and autonomous system. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Katyayani. So first of all, I would like to send a special thanks to Dr. Lawrence for giving me this opportunity. It is really nice to be a part of this event. So I'm just sharing my screen with you all. Hope it is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So the topic for today I'm concerned about is addressing environmental health concerns using IoT and AI. So there are so many things to include in this topic, but due to time constraints, I'm just focusing on these basic things. And I will try to give you maximum insights on the technologies so that if you want to integrate them in your work, in your current or in future work, you can do that easily. So first of all, why we are basically concerned about this environmental health concerns, or why we want to incorporate some technologies to address the concerns here. So first of all, the environment is directly related to our health, and it affects our well-being by considerable level. Basically, environmental health refers to the aspects of human health, and it can be related to physical, chemical, biological, and we can say that every aspect where we spend our day-to-day life. So environment broadly includes everything, including our physical, natural, social, or behavior environments. And it affects our physical as well as mental health and social well-being as well. So if we consider that what are the main aspects of environment that affect our health or well-being, so there are so many things to include. We can have a look on the how people live their lifestyles and the community factors, some local community related issues. It can be activities that we do in our day-to-day life, then comes built environment, and then natural environment as well. So human beings are doing so many activities, like some industrial aspects, or we can say traffic, and some indoor activities also that are always generating some pollutants. They can be in the form of some gases, they can be in form of some particles, and they are consistently affecting our health. If we look at the conditions that we monitor in the medical health aspects, so the environment is related to so many health issues. For example, the respiratory health issues, cardiovascular disease, lung cancer, and you can see so many things in this table that we usually call chronic diseases, and they're directly related to in which environment we live and what kind of lifestyle we are following. For example, the secondhand smoke is directly related to how our children and infants are able to breathe, or how their life is going to proceed ahead, because when children are exposed to such kind of harmful chemicals, their internal system, we can say that their respiratory tracts and their lungs, they're affected greatly. And the same conditions are for adults and the women also, that spend most of their time indoors while maybe cooking or cleaning, etc. So there are so many activities that are continuously affecting our health. Proceeding with this, if we get an overview of how all these things are affecting us, so the most concerned populations regarding the health and environmental health impacts are low income people, because they are mostly living in environments where there are least facilities, or we can say they are least aware about how they can improve their environment or their living conditions. And because of that, they are often suffering out of some medical health issues. And if we track the environmental pollutants and consider how they are affecting our human beings, you can find out so many ongoing issues. For example, the recent COVID-19 stack, it was also related to somehow air pollution. And there are so many stats that are saying that people who were already affected due to air pollution, their respiratory systems was already working low, and that is why the COVID-19 also affected them up to greater extent. So those stats are already interlinked. So we can say that first we need to handle our environments, the areas in which we are living, so that we can improve our day-to-day life conditions, so that it can further affect our medical health and give some positive improvements, so that if some new viruses also come into the environment, they can our body can show some resistance to them. So all these things are interlinked, and as a researchers, we need to be aware about these things, so that we can do some positive insights, or we can do some positive work to improve the conditions. So when we talk about indoor air pollution, why I'm mainly concerned with this indoor air pollution? Because we human beings, considering the current lifestyle or how we live these days, we spend 80 to 90% of our routine time indoors. So it is naturally affecting our health all the time, whether we are in office or we are at home, we are mostly indoor. And the biggest trouble is that in our urban environments, in the cities, we are having least ventilated homes. We are moving into the airtight buildings, and we are more relying on the air conditioning systems. And there is lesser opportunities to get the fresh air. And even the homes in the urban cities or the metropolitan areas, they have least chances to get fresh air from outside. And if it comes from outside, then it is generated through the high traffic or the great industrial pollution. So again, the outside air is also coming in the along with some chemicals and some particles that are harmful to our health. So this is the main reason why we are concerned about indoor air pollution, and this is the main area of work in my PhD also. So as this image shows, the home is itself getting sick. So we can imagine about how the human beings living inside can feel. This image says it all. If we look at the stats, research shows that 60% of commercial buildings in cities are having poor indoor air quality. And if we check the stats from Environment Pollution Agency, it shows that indoor air pollution is almost 2 to 5 times worse as compared to outdoor pollutions, because there are two factors. One thing is that we are spending more time indoors. So we are having repeated exposure to that indoor pollution. Secondly, because the outdoor elements are also entering inside, maybe through windows or through doors or the movements that we have in or out, the outdoor pollutants are also entering inside, and they get confined in the limited space there. So that is causing the biggest problem to our health. Then the particulate matters and gases, they too have most impact on our health. If we consider about particulate matters, the indoor pollution inflames the airways and lungs of the people that are working in either commercial premises or maybe indoor areas at home, and they are causing direct allergic reactions or some breathing issues. Almost 80% citizens are exposed to indoor allergens, including dust mites that may cause further typical reactions on their respiratory system. Now, if we check further the mortality or morbidity rates based on indoor air quality data, World Health Organization states that 4.3 million people in 2012 died just because of the indoor air pollution worldwide. And it can be compared with one death every 8 seconds. So you can see that how big threat it is for humanity. And we need to be very much aware to solve this issue. And most of these deaths occurred in low and middle income countries, such as Southeast Asia, and Africa, Europe, and we are also included in this because several stars are obtained from India and the neighboring countries such as China, Bangladesh, etc. So it is showing that almost 60% of population in India and 32% of population in China is exposed to household air pollution, and these stats are from 2017. And in same year, the GBD estimates that approximately 8,52,000 deaths were attributed due to only PM 2.5 exposure in China. And there are so many other pollutants also that are affecting our health continuously. So similar kind of stats are obtained for different areas, and this is showing how big threat it can be. If we check this image from the WHO, there is clear visibility that our country is the main focus area for the conditions of indoor air pollution and the other outdoor factors also. So considering all these elements, we need to be very much careful about how to deal with air pollution, especially the indoor air pollution. So now coming back to the indoor air pollution, how it affects and where it is. So if we check a home and its arrangements, we can see that pollutants are available everywhere. For example, you can see here that there are some kind of pollutants in the basement area, in the attic, and the living room. They can be different type of pollutants. And it depends upon what kind of lifestyle we follow and what kind of products we use, what kind of building materials we have, the furnitures and carpets. There are so many contributing things that are continuously generating some gases or particles, and they're affecting our health. So all these things, all these stats take us to the challenges and scopes to address this problem. And first of all, what we have to think about is there are three main things. First one is financial conditions. Why we are considering this? Because when we talk about low income countries, or even we can talk about our country, because there are almost 70 to 80% people are living in rural areas and they have least access to the good, maybe we can say that smart homes, or they have least options, or maybe least awareness about how they can handle the environment in the surrounding area. Secondly, we have a lack of technical interventions, although several researchers are already working in this direction, but still some advancements that can be implemented on practical level, they are missing. So researchers need to make continuous efforts so that the advancements that they are making, they can be implemented on practical level, and even in rural as well as urban area, both can be benefited equally with that. Then comes education and awareness. So of course, because most of the people in low income countries are less educated, or we can say illiterate, and it is difficult for them to understand the threat behind them, the threat of indoor air pollution, in which they are always supposed to stay around, and several pollutants and gases are always around them, but there are least awareness about how they are going to damage their health. So considering these things, what we have, our first target is ATET or poorly ventilated buildings in urban areas, because this is the biggest trouble these days. We are shifting to some highly facilitated cities, but the problem is that our homes are rarely ventilated, or we can say that there is no circulation of the natural air. Second is repeated use of biomass fuel from, this is from specifically from rural homes, because we can say that out of 80% that rural generation or population, 70% of people are still using biomass fuel. There are either using wood or maybe kerosene or cow dung or these kind of things, the traditional things they are using continuously, either for cooking needs or heating needs. And even this is hard to say, but many villages in our country are still out of electricity, and they are using these options, burning of wood, to enlight their homes also. So this is their only option to light up at the night. So continuously they are using these things for their lifestyle, their day-to-day needs. But again, they are least aware about how these things are affecting their health. Then comes hazardous building materials and chemical-rich products that we are continuously using. And lastly, the cost of designing some assessment or monitoring systems. These are also to be analyzed. So this image says it all, that we have different sources of indoor air pollution. In the first case, you can see that lady is cooking with the wood, and continuously some smoke is coming out, and it is directly affecting her health, and it is directly posing stress on her respiratory system. Secondly, people that are smoking inside, it can cause first and second hand smoke. Both are dangerous to them, and it is affecting their surrounding environments. We are always using some chemical rich products. It can be cosmetics or some cleaning agents also. Then comes our homes that are least ventilated. So there are so many things in this track. Maybe the cooking activities, the freshly painted rooms, or pet vendors, smoking, etc. So all these things we need to be concerned about. And then if we talk about other challenges, so this was the main thing that we are discussing so far, because people are using these things on regular basis. And if we check how they are moving above on ladder, so still, even after several years, we are seeing that 49% of people are still relied on firewood to handle their day-to-day cooking or heating needs. Very few are using electricity for this purpose, that we usually call the clean option for heating or cooking needs. Only 0.10% people in India are using this. Remaining others are still working on these harmful elements, and it is affecting their health. So scopes that we can consider in IAQ management, I have brought them to the small portion like this, instead of going wider on multiple things. There are two things: assessment and control, that we can do. First of all, it requires education and awareness of common people who are always affected with this air pollution condition. Secondly, policies and regulations are to be set. But before that, we researchers need to work on the monitoring, ventilation, and forecasting and alerts, so that some control measures can be adopted and all the buildings can be improved. Their indoor conditions can be improved with the help of those technologically advanced solutions. So how technologies can help us to do this all? So first of all, the most important thing we have with us is, we are fortunate that we are living in the environment where we can install some Internet of Things based devices. So you might have heard about this technology, because this is a buzz of the business industry these days, and of course the research sector also. So the first image, it says all about Internet of Things. As the name indicates, we are connecting all the things to Internet so that they can communicate directly. And how we are doing this, this second image is showing that. What we are actually doing, there are some objects at the bottommost layer, we call it a perception layer. So this is just a model how IoT works. So first of all, we are going to have some objects, and these objects can be some living beings or some things, non-living things. Even we can install sensors to maybe some furniture, or we can say some indoor elements such as refrigerator to fan, or so many things. Whatever you want to automate, they can be connected with the sensor. Those sensors communicate with the help of some transmission elements. They can be Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, 3G. There are so many things that are coming these days. At early days, we were using RFID, but now so many advancements have come, and we are able to use Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, etc. The idea is to connect these objects through these transmission elements, so that we can gather some data from the environment and send that to the cloud management system, or maybe we can say that data storage system. So whatever we collect from the environment, that can be sent to some online data source, or from where we can access it on real-time basis from anywhere, and it can be used for decision making. Then comes application layer. Application layer shows us where we are going to incorporate the data that we have gathered from the field. It can be on the basis of different applications. For example, we can use it for traffic control, maybe for smart home designing, or maybe for patient monitoring. There are so many applications where IoT can be used. And if we consider the same thing on this technology stack level, we can say that first of all, we have device hardware that is from first layer, perception layer. Then we have device software. That device is going to have certain kind of software with the help of which it is going to communicate with our system. Then our preferred communication technology, it can be Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, etc. Then comes the cloud platform. We can have some mobile app, we can have some portal, or we can have some cloud storage, we can have some disk, etc. Wherever we want to store the information that we gather from the area. And then finally, application where we are going to use that, or we can access that information on real-time basis, or we can have stats, we can have some descriptions from the data. So all these things, this is just a basic introduction to Internet of Things. Then how we are going to incorporate it in our IAQ assessment. What we are trying to do is, at the first layer, this we were studying that we have some objects. In this case, we are talking about those sensors that are going to monitor our pollutants, for example, some temperature, humidity, maybe particulate matters or some gases. These sensors can monitor them. Then we have this is second unit, that is microcontroller unit and gateway unit. These are mainly used to grab data from the sensors and then send it to the cloud environment. And how we can send it? Using any of these technologies, or there are many other also that we can use depending upon what kind of data we are sending and what kind of facilities we have in that particular environment. So regarding these sensors and MCUs, what they can be, I'm going to explain it further. But when we get data from this field environment, it is sent to some data store. It can be online or offline, depending upon how we are going to use it. But when we talk about Internet of Things, we mostly connect it to the internet so that we can access it on real-time basis. Then we go to the data analytics services. There are many platforms, many specifically designed IoT platforms that provide us inherent inbuilt data analytics services, and we can access all the features of the field data. We can check how it is varying, what are the minimum and maximum values, what are the mean values, so we can get some descriptors out of that. And finally, we can send that data for end user visualization. For example, we are monitoring environment in a particular room and we want to provide insights to the person living in that area so that he can be aware about when the pollutant levels is rising and what kind of ventilation procedures he can follow. So this thing can be incorporated in the single unit. And the great thing is that Internet of Things also allow us to send some control signals. So in this case, we are using just up to visualization. But if you want to generate some control signals also, we can automate the ventilation thing in the room. For example, we can either, if we are not having option for the outdoor air circulation, we can use HVAC systems, some modified versions of HVAC system that provide us clean air facility. So they can be automated. For example, when the pollutant levels are rising, we can turn on that automatically, or when the pollutant levels are low, they can be turned off automatically. So there are so many control things that we can implement with the help of this IoT. Then the first most things while designing these IoT-based sensor units for field monitoring, first is how we can select our sensors, because there are millions of options you may find, because there are so many manufacturers that are continuously designing some sensors, and they are providing some different kind of specifications that we can use. So first of thing, what we have to do is we need to decide what IAQ parameters, indoor air quality parameters, we need to monitor, because depending upon that we can check our sensors that can focus on those particular parameters, because these parameters are also going to vary depending upon whether we are monitoring in urban areas, rural areas, what kind of buildings we have, because where we have a continuous use of biomass fuels, there are some other maybe some CO2 or CO, those kind of gases will be on peak at those places. And if we have some urban areas, then particle pollutants are going to be high. So the monitoring parameters, or those we are going to select, they may vary depending upon where we are monitoring. So we may have some expert advice on this, or we may have some prior data or prior literature survey, depending upon how we can select our parameters. Based on this, we need to review the sensors that are available, and you may find several literature reviews regarding this, that what kind of sensors our past researchers have used and how they use them and what kind of specifications they have. Then at next stage, what we need to do is compare sensor specifications. And what are the specific things that we need to check here? First of all, accuracy, because when we are willing to do some real-time monitoring, it is necessary to ensure that sensors are providing accurate data. Because if they are providing some noise or other things, then the evaluation will be difficult. Then comes our operating conditions, in which conditions those sensors can work. Maybe their humidity ranges and temperature ranges will be different. And then response time, how fast they can respond to the changes in the environment. For example, we may have the next sample by every 1 minute or maybe after every 30 seconds. So depending upon how response time the sensors provide, we can collect data from the field environment. Then comes calibration requirement. This is the most important thing, because when we need accuracy from the sensors, we need to ensure that sensors are calibrated. Either they come in factory calibrated form, either the searchers need to calibrate them before field deployment. So there are different methods depending upon what kind of sensors you are using. For example, in case of gas sensors, we may have some chamber-based methods to calibrate our sensors, so that when they start giving us valid readings, then only we can install them in the field environment. In some other cases, we get some costly sensor from the factory directly, and they are accurately calibrated. We just need to have some reliability test on them, and then they can be implemented in the field environment. Then another important thing is review of price for those selected sensors, because you may find so many sensors with price variations. And when we are targeting the rural communities and low income countries, then our preferred option is that we design some low cost systems that can be implemented anywhere or everywhere without any cost issue. So price of sensor is going to be a main criteria. Then finally comes quality and reliability assessment of those sensors. And for this, we need to check installation requirements, because they may have different size or different those temperature, humidity requirements. So all those things, installation requirements may be required, may be evaluated. Then power requirements, some sensors can work directly on the power supply, or some may require battery regulators. There are different options that you can proceed with. Then comes hardware requirements, maybe the MCUs, the microcontroller units they need, and for the data transfer, they may need some gateways. So there are different options. Then comes maintenance requirements, because when you install some sensors in the field, it is not like you can install them once and they will give readings for several years. You have to monitor and maintain them regularly. And there are some faults that may occur depending upon weather conditions of that area, or maybe due to peak humidity levels, the sensors may get out of control and they may start sending some noisy signals. So all those things are to be monitored and maintained time to time. So based on this criteria, you can select some sensors. And these are some examples that I can show you. Although there are so many types of sensors that you can find in the on the internet or in your local stores. So this is most commonly used sensor, MQ7 sensor. And there are so many other sensors of MQ series, maybe MQ11, MQ9, or MQ137 you can use. They monitor different kind of gases, or several of them can monitor 2-3 gases together. Then comes CCS 811 sensor. It can monitor your CO2 and VOC signal from the target environment. Then comes VAS mode gas sensor. When you need all-in-one sensor, then you can go for VAS mode gas sensor, but these are little expensive also. So we need to figure out those cost factors side by side. Then comes this multi-gas sensor. It can monitor 8 gases simultaneously, and mainly it is used for collecting data about CO, NH3, and NO2 gas. Then here comes DHT11 sensor. This is mainly used to measure the thermal comfort parameters, because when we monitor the indoor air quality, we always need to be concerned about thermal comfort parameters. That can be temperature, humidity, wind speed, or wind conditions, etc. There are so many things that we need to monitor, but mainly the temperature and humidity are always considered as main parameters, because they have direct relation with our indoor air pollutants. Then the next one comes with us is SDS 40 sensor, SDS 011 sensor. This is commonly used for PM10 and PM2.5 measurements. Those are particle pollutants. They can be measured with the help of this laser sensor. This works on laser principle. It gets some air from the outside and then measure the particle density and provide us how much particles are present in that surrounding area. It can provide direct measurements in digital form. Then comes this multi-gas sensor from Groove. It can also monitor 8 different gases. So any of these sensors, or maybe some other you may find on internet, you can use any of them, and how you can connect them. Then you need to make decisions about this communication, connectivity, and monitoring side. This is again an important factor. First of all, the microcontroller unit and gateways that you need to work. You might have heard about, if you have worked on sensors, or maybe not. There are some different type of microcontrollers that can be used. The most common one are the Arduino Uno microcontroller, and secondly we have a Node MCU. Then we have Raspberry Pi for the connection of sensors from the field environment, and they have different features and different requirements for the field monitoring. For example, Raspberry Pi is have everything inbuilt on the same sensor module, and it can provide you the connection to internet also directly, and can take data from the sensors also. It is an advanced module. In case of Node MCU, you can have gateway and the microcontroller on single chip, and it can collect data from the outside environment and send it to the internet, wherever you want to send it. Then comes Arduino Uno. With that, you can use some additional things like ESP modules, etc. They can work as gateway along with this Arduino Uno and work in combination to collect and send data further. Then comes power and internet requirement, because when we are working about working on IoT, we need internet for sending data from one place to other. So internet requirement is must when we have to install things in rural areas also. So we need to be worried about this internet things, because this is not common in rural areas. In urban cities, we can find this easily and we can install the sensors anywhere. But for rural areas, again, we need to be concerned about internet and cost-effective internet solutions that can provide us real-time assessment. And again, power requirements, because many sensors require batteries. They can work easily on batteries, and many others may require some regulators also. So based on that, what kind of sensors you are using, you may need to adjust the power requirements also. Then comes our monitoring sites. We need to decide monitoring sites carefully, because it is not like when we are doing some case studies, we cannot install sensors anywhere randomly. We have to check the conditions of that environment, if it is accessible, it is relevant to the parameters that we are trying to monitor, and what kind of factors they are affecting for the indoor air quality. So all these things are to be addressed first. So if we talk about mainly this MCU and gateway things, these are our main options that we commonly use in designing for IoT systems. That all these things I talked about in the previous slide. So these are the modules that I'm showing you, that these things, the pins we have to make connections with the sensors, and they can bring the data from the environment. Then this comes the most interesting thing, power Wi-Fi socket. Maybe some of you have used it or maybe not, but the advantage of this power Wi-Fi socket is that it can make the power and internet connections together for your system, and it also notifies the person or the user regarding when there is a power cutoff, and they can make the changes accordingly to ensure regular monitoring. And again, with this, we can also have instant alerts about when data is being captured from the environment. So based on this, we can make some measurements, and when those measurements are taken from the environment, we usually compare them with the air quality index or the ranges specified by WHO or the EPA, we can say. So these are, I am presenting ranges for a few important pollutants. You may find for other pollutants also these kind of conditions. There are some limited ranges provided. For example, good range is from 0 to 50 for indoor air quality, for air quality index. So based on these variations, we can decide, or we can think about how the pollutants are varying in the indoor environment where we are making measurements. So I have measured some measurements from some urban, rural, and ventilated and non-ventilated sites. So I'm showing the data from that just here, just to make things clear to you that how it appears. So in this, we can see that how PM10 is varying. This is data from 7-8 months regular monitoring, and it shows how PM10 is varying in that particular environment. It was from an urban site, and it is an institute library area where there is least ventilation options, and students come and read, and they sit here for several hours. So it was important to check how their health is going to be affected with the conditions of the indoor environment. So similar kind of data was obtained for the different variables. The first one was for PM10, then comes PM2.5. Then similarly for carbon monoxide, CO2, and then NOT, and then total VOC components. So these variations show us what main observation we have made, and a similar kind of data was obtained from rural sites also. So here you can see that there are very high ranges. The gases are varying on very high ranges. And why? This is mainly because this particular IAQ sensor was installed in the area where biomass fuel is continuously used, and there are least ventilation arrangements. And so we can see that how high measurements for CO and TVOC are here, and those peak variations can impact directly the person living inside. So what observations we have made out of these measurements? The mean concentration for PM10 and PM2.5 variables stayed high in poorly ventilated rooms, because the measurements, I'm showing you just for 2 sites, but we have monitored for 6 different sites, and the data shows that there is a great impact on when the outdoor clean air is allowed to circulate inside and when it is not available. Then concentration of PM10 and PM2.5 increased to the peak levels during cleaning and cooking activities. This was mainly in the urban sites where main pollution occurs due to cleaning and cooking activities indoors and use of some chemical rich products. Then if we talk about rural areas, then smoking activities and use of biomass fuel that cause peak level of CO, NO2 and even CO2 gases. Similarly, people who experienced repeated exposure to IAQ levels, they were reporting some serious respiratory health complications, because when we surveyed those people and we gathered some data about their health, there was very critical complications. There was a person who was working continuously in a cafeteria at rural area, and they were using a furnace to make sweets. And they daily work on around that furnace, and it generates so much pollution. And that person was greatly affected by a respiratory health disease, and he was being diagnosed with that almost 1.5 years ago. And still consistently he is working in that. His condition is getting worse, and doctors have specifically mentioned him that he has to stay away from those smoky conditions so that his health can be improved a little bit. So further, after we have monitored data from the environment, what we can do is we go ahead with the AI that we call artificial intelligence. This is a most popular technology these days, and there are so many sub categories or subsectors we can say in artificial intelligence. We are mainly concerned about machine learning, deep learning, and you may find some other options like neural networks and fuzzy logics, etc. They are always used in variety of expert system designs and making predictions and making classifications. So all these things are available with us, and these are just outlines. If I'm talking about machine learning, this is not one thing. There are hundreds and thousands of algorithms inside that one can use to make predictions or classifications based on the environmental data. Similarly, in case of deep learning, what is the main difference in both these conditions? First is machine learning. In this case, what we do is the data is gathered from the environment, and then it is some feature analysis is done with the help of some manual operations or some algorithms that are those features are analyzed manually, and then they are fed to the algorithm for further analysis like prediction or classification. In case of deep learning, what we have several layers, and data is fed to them. It can be thousands or hundreds of layers. Data is fed to those layers, and layer after layer, that data is being processed automatically. We need not to do some feature processing automatically. Rather, that data is being processed automatically, and some decisions are made at the final stage, depending upon what kind of algorithm we are using. So based on this, because there are so many algorithms that you can use, we just need to be very specific about in which area we have to go, because those who are not very much aware about this technology, they may get confused about these so many things that I'm showing here. But what we have to do is, when we are specifically working on some environmental factors, what we have to do is we need to move from machine learning to supervised learning, and then regression problem. This is the solution for most of the prediction related areas. And when we have to do weather forecasting, when we have to do pollution forecasting, we have to justify the AQI index, all those things travel in this scenario. So all the remaining things we can just learn for the gaining some knowledge, but mainly the area of concern for the upcoming researchers can be this supervised learning and then regression. Supervised learning and unsupervised learning, there are so many things, but because we have lesser time to conclude all those things, I'm just skipping this part. In regression model, what we have to do is, regression, what we call is, it is about prediction related task, or we can say forecasting related task. When we have monitored the indoor environment, we need to make some predictions, or we may need to generate some alerts to the people living in that environment, so that they can be active about what ventilation processes they can follow and how they can improve the conditions in that indoor area. So these are just examples of some different regression algorithms. You may find many others of these. You can study about these algorithms and implement some of these. And I will also show you how you can understand the basic implementation of such kind of algorithms. But mainly what we have to do is, first of all, we need to do data pre-processing. When we gather data from the environment, it is usually affected by so many noisy conditions. There can be so many outliers, etc. They are continuously affecting it. Then we have some feature analysis. The gathered parameters are to be analyzed based on some descriptors or some statistical information. Then we have to design the prediction model. And finally, we need to select the parameters on the basis of which the performance of that model can be accessed. So regarding the feature analysis and the pre-processing part, there are so many things that we have to do. First of all, we get data from the environment. Then we have this outlier detection. Outlier means some noisy part that we get from the environment. We have to remove that. And there are so many algorithms that can be used to detect these outliers. Then we need to deal with the missing values, because sometimes the sensors may be faulty or maybe at the maintenance stage. So at that time, we have some missing values, maybe some power failures also. So with those missing values, either we need to remove them or we need to impute them with some algorithms. We may generate a clean data using this. And then we usually do mean R conversion for such kind of monitoring, because if we are taking samples for every minute or maybe every 5 minutes, there are so many variations in those samples, and we have such a huge data that we need to do some averaging of that data so that it can be processed easily for the prediction purpose. Then we do some feature analysis. We need to identify the most useful features, and we need to adjust those features according to our monitoring process. And then finally, we need to store those features, and they can be further used for the prediction model design. So after pre-processing and analysis, we are training our model, and these are few we can say few performance parameters that we can measure, or there are many others also that we can use. So how this is done, basically, I need to show you an important thing here, that if a beginner wants to do this kind of analysis, there are some good tools. I'm opening a window of Orange. This is a very good tool for beginners. And in this case, what you do is you can simply drag and drop elements. For example, just I have dragged this ADA boost here, and you can use and improve the model. You can check the model performance based on this. This file, I have taken my field monitor data in this. These are the parameters that on which I work. So I have decided CO2 as target. We can change the factors from here. For example, we can keep it as a feature or as a target. So in this case, I have used it as a target. After handling this, what we can do is we get a data table. So this is all the field variables that I have obtained. They are coming here, and after selecting them, we can have a statistical analysis. These three parts I have added here just to check the statistical analysis. We can check that the correlation values. I'm showing this to you because beginners that are not friendly with the coding things, they can use such kind of tools to get all the analysis about data. I'm showing just few ones here that are useful for you. Feature statistics we can get here directly from the orange tool. Then we can have box plots directly for the different parameters under consideration. And based on this, we can do data sampling. Here we are doing some data sampling. When we train a model, we usually have some test data and train data. Train data we use to train the model to how actually this artificial intelligence thing work. It takes the behavior of human brain. What human brain does is it learns from the past experiences, and then it can handle the future situations or whatever comes in front of us. We can make accurate decisions to handle that situation. So similarly, these models, what they require some trained data, maybe some environmental data. In this case, we can say that we are giving it some information about how the environment is behaving, how these pollutants are behaving in for some specific duration, maybe for 1 month or 2 months. Then we can call that model to make some prediction for the future. Same as we do in weather forecasting. You often check the weather forecast data and decide whether you have to move out today or not, depending upon whether it will be rain or not. So similar kind of things we can use with the help of this AI-based models. And these can be further used. Here I have used 2 different models, random forest and neural network. So similarly, you can attach many other models, just pick and place here, and then you can generate predictions. And these are the relevant factors that you can analyze out of this MSC, RMSC. You can check which model are giving you best accuracy, and based on that model, you can make your further analysis. So I'm just showing you because if you want to implement any such analysis, you can do that easily. And then coming forward to how we can integrate this, we have already understood this from previous slides. The thing is that we collect data from sensors. With the help of some MCU and gateway, we send it to the cloud storage system. Then further, we can use some AI-based methods, and then we forecast it and send some alerts or maybe some information to the end user. So this is how we are going to integrate these technologies, the IoT and AI, for IAQ assessment. And now how we can implement these things, what are the future scopes for this, because several researchers are already working, and what else we can have to do in this case. First and most important things is that we can do some case studies based on IAQ conditions. This can be related to the health impacts and sources of pollutants. Secondly, and this is the most important one, I think development of green buildings is really important, including for the urban areas as well as rural areas. If we can analyze the impact of certain specific kind of plants in the indoor environment and monitor the air quality conditions based on that, it can give us good idea about how we can start improving the urban area indoor air quality. Because if by installing some plants we can change the particle pollutants or the gases in the environment, it can be a good thing for the human beings, and they will definitely be close to the nature, so it will be good for their mental health also. Then comes identification of low cost and calibrated sensor units. This is itself for research because there are so many sensors already available in the market, and we have to identify the most suitable ones that can be employed at rural or urban areas with least cost issues. Then comes design of smart buildings, where we can have automated ventilation systems based on the environmental conditions. We can make these things automated. And then finally, we have real-time IAQ assessment for assisted living. We can do this for the patient well-being and for the old age people and elderly people. And finally, we can have durable IAQ sensors for patient health assessment. So based on this, I just want to close the session, and I really hope that it was useful for you all. I welcome the queries.
Thank you so much, ma'am. for such an informative session. The session indeed made us aware of the impacts that environment can have on a human health. We learned about indoor air quality, challenges faced in management of indoor air quality, different types of sensors, got to know about regression model design and other new things. It was indeed very interesting. Thank you so much again. I would like to mention that the floor is now open for question answer session. Participants who are interested in asking the questions can raise their hands up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an interactive session. Ma'am, my question is...
Beta, first of all, introduce yourself. What is your name? And then ask.
I'm Mahima Solomon from MSc second year from Isabella THOBURN College. Ma'am, my question is that which pollution is more harmful for human beings? Like, is it indoor air pollution that I just came to know that it is also very harmful, or it is the outdoor air pollution that we all talk about? So which is more harmful?
See, the first thing is that we directly cannot justify that which one of these is harmful, but the main condition is our lifestyle. If we spend most of our time indoors and the area is really polluted, maybe due to some cooking habits that we have, maybe we are using biomass or we don't have ventilation in our homes, in that case, if we are spending 80 to 90% time in those polluted areas, it is really harmful for us. But in case people that are already spending some time in traffic areas, they are all day on duty in those high traffic areas, or maybe they spend most of their time in industrial areas. In that case, outdoor air pollution is again going to be harmful on their health. So this is mainly concerned with our lifestyle.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Umama?
Sir, I wanted to ask, like these days in North, in the summer months, the AC is on 24/7 and the windows are shut. Is there a study which proves that the air quality decreases because the windows being shut and the AC being on 24/7?
Yes. You will find so many studies on that, because there are many health issues that may also occur because of continuous use of the HVAC system, because it changes the pollutant conditions inside in the indoor areas, and this is very harmful for us. That is why the experts these days are promoting outdoor air circulation instead of using HVAC systems consistently, and that is why we are promoting the green building aspect also, because if people are using HVAC system all the time, they should definitely have some green plants, some healthy plants indoors, so that those effects can be balanced.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I want to add with this, like a lot of molds and molluscans, they get developed in the AC. And in the HVAC system, like when molds and molluscans are there, it is very bad, and then it develops with the nanoparticles, it attach with it and it becomes bioaerosols. And these bioaerosols are very, very harmful. More than, like the outdoors, you spend more than 90%, 95% time indoors. And if you live in AC room with a bad HVAC system, then it will be very much toxic. It will be like a sick building syndrome.
Right.
Thank you.
So, but then we do not have a solution at all. So, like, what would you advise?
We have in United States, or if you go abroad, then you do the servicing of HVAC system regularly. So if you clean the filters regularly and replace the filters of AC with the HEPA filter papers, then it will be very good and it will be very beneficial. So,
HEPA filters are specially promoted for this purpose.
Yes, exactly. So you have to be like that. You have to clean those filter papers regularly, like after 1 week. On every weekend, you have to clean. In abroad, when we use for 24 hours, we are using heating or we are using ACs there for cooling also. Then we regularly keep on changing the filters. And this is very beneficial because otherwise molds and molluscans are there. And that's why in northern part of India, we develop allergies and we develop, like a lot of sneezing and sinus problems. This is due to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So Mahima, you want to ask a question? Next question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Mahima Mishra from ISABELLA THOBURN College. My question for you, how much ventilation do I need in my home to improve indoor air quality?
Can you please be a little specific what you want to ask?
How much ventilation do I need in my home to improve indoor air quality?
See, this thing mainly depends upon what kind of pollutants you have and what kind of things you use. For example, if people that are, we can say in rural areas, they are always using some biomass, they are always burning some wood, etc. So they may need continuous ventilation to get that smoke out, because they may need to keep their windows and doors open all the time. Because I have visited several places, such places, and when people are burning coal and wood, there is very harmful smoke that comes out, and the children that are playing inside and the women that are continuously working in that household areas, they are often affected with asthma and respiratory health issues. For them, it is advised that they should keep their windows and doors open while they are cooking, or when that smoke is coming out of their furnaces. And in case of urban buildings, we can say that preferably you should do it twice or thrice a day, that you open your windows. And the main requirement in this case, I must say, that you can install the monitoring systems at home. When you see those peaks of pollutants rising, you can open the windows and allow the clean air to come inside, because that can affect that composition immediately when the clean air come inside. So that is why we are designing some monitoring system that can be installed in the real-time conditions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jagrati. And awesome. And Dr. Jagrati, you are a busy person, I know, and you have given out time for us. So like our students will be definitely interacting with you to take your, precious guidance. And
Yes,
over to you, Omama. Omama, can you see Professor Tharamani if she is there?
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, awesome. Great.
Thank you very much once again, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for attending all the queries from the participants. I'm sure it helped them a lot, and it helped them to have better insight of the topic. It was lovely to have you with us. I would now hand over the mic to Shaista to proceed with the program. Over to you, Shaista.
Like Shaista, if Professor, I can hear, like Professor Tharamani. So you can introduce Professor Tharamani, and then she can carry on. Professor Tharamani, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
Great, awesome. So Omama, please introduce her once again.
Sure, sir. Moving further, I would like to welcome and introduce our first keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Tharamani CN. Dr. Tharamani is an associate professor and head Department of Chemistry at Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar. She holds a PhD degree from Bangalore University. Prior to joining IIT Ropar, she spent 5 years in Germany as senior scientist and postdoctoral fellow at Ruhr University, Bochum, and a year at University of Saskatchewan, Canada. She has been also a recipient of several fellowships like Alexander von Humboldt Postdoctoral Fellowship, Germany, and Ramanujam Fellowship by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Her research interests include design and development of various carbonaceous materials, nanomaterials, molecular catalysts towards energy conversion and towards fuel cells and batteries by various electrochemical, spectroscopic, microscopic, and scanning probe techniques. Her scientific output resulted in 66 publications and 3 patents at international refereed journals like Chemistry of Materials, Journal of Materials Chemistry A, Analytical Chemistry, Journal of Physical Chemistry C, ACS Applied Material and Interface, Chemical Communications, ChemSUS Chem, etc. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Mama. So again, once again, my apologies from my side because of the internet disruption, so that I had to. Today I'm going to talk about. So today I'm going to talk about the development of catalyst towards the fuel cell, and I'm going to introduce the new techniques, how one can at the laboratory level. So before going in detail about it, I'm going to introduce what exactly the fuel cell is all about it. I'm just sharing my screen. Yes, slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So today I'm going to talk about the design of non-noble metal catalyst for energy conversion elicited by microelectrochemical approach. So what is electrochemical energy conversion? So basically we call it as a fuel cells. So we talk about the electrochemical storage as well as electrochemical conversion. So in this case, what is exactly the fuel cell? So because I'm just going to brief about what exactly the fuel cell and how does this fuel cell work. And later I'll move on to the research and I'll narrow down this into a much more with the different techniques. So in case if anyone has a doubt, yes, of course, you can interrupt me in between. So because I expect more interaction rather than just giving a lecture. So you can stop me at any time because I try to go more into the research and sometimes it's very difficult to follow me. Yeah. The fuel cell basically it generates electricity through an electrochemical process. So basically it's an energy stored in a fuel which is converted directly into electricity. So because electrical energy is generated without a combusting fuel, so therefore it is one of the eco-friendly approach and it is extremely attractive from an environmental standpoint. So background of the fuel cell. So when you look at this one, so when did this fuel cell was invented? So it was discovered by German scientist Schönbein in 1938. However, it was first developed by William Blow in 1939. So while he was experimenting a water splitting, so that means when we split the water by chemical or electrochemical, so we produce hydrogen and oxygen. So therefore he thought about it. He thought that when we combine both oxygen and hydrogen together, why can't we produce electric current? This is how the fuel cell was generated. So later in 1930 to 1950, so Francis Thomas Bacon is a British scientist who worked on the developing an alkaline fuel cell who demonstrated that stacks of fuel cell because a single fuel cell cannot be used for any application. So it has to go for the stacks of fuel cell, which I'm going to introduce in the later slides. So the technology was licensed to Pratt and Whitney, where it was utilized for Apollo and spacecraft fuel cells. So when you look at it, the fuel cell application. So fuel cell application, it has been explored for the space shuttle. Even in 1950, it has been used for the Apollo and Gemini. And even for the cars, you will find out the fuel cell cars nowadays and mobile phones and Toshiba laptops. So the way they explored the prototype fuel cell. Even in fact, in 2005, so they used for the submarine ships. So now let's have a look at it. What exactly the fuel cell? The fuel cell basically fuel cell has an anode and a membrane and a cathode. So basically this membrane is sandwiched between the anode and a cathode. How do we generate the electricity? So we need, in simple words, I would say that in a layman language, as long as you fed a food, so you will get an energy. So the same way here, as long as you fed a fuel, so that you can produce electricity. Whereas in the case of a batteries, you have to charge it and then later on discharge it. That means you always search for the electricity so that to charge and then after some time you can discharge. In the case of fuel cell, if you just store a fuel, that means you just carry the fuel along with you so that you can run the fuel cell so without any charge. So generally we have the anode and a cathode side. So let's give an example of a hydrogen oxygen fuel cell. So you just fed the hydrogen from the anode side. So now we have a catalyst. So this is what I'm going to discuss in detail about the development of catalyst for the energy efficient devices. So here when you fed a hydrogen, the catalyst will catalyze this one and it dissociates into H plus ions into electrons. This H plus ions will pass through the membrane and these electrons are passing through the external circuit. This is producing electric current. So this is depending on the number of electron conversion. This is the ability of the catalyst to dissociate this one. So therefore, we always look at the better catalyst to get the better efficiency. However, this H plus ion combined with the oxygen from the cathode side producing a water. So therefore, even the byproduct which is produced during this process is also eco-friendly. This is the kinetics of the fuel cell is depending on the oxygen reduction reaction. So why it is so, this I'm going to discuss in detail later on, because when you look at the cost of the development of the cathode catalyst compared to this one, it's almost 8 times. So although it's the process is good, the kinetics is much slower and the fuel cell efficiency is depending on the oxygen reduction reaction. How do we classify the fuel cell? Depending on what type of fuels you are going to use and also the operating conditions, we are going to broadly classify it into low temperature fuel cell and also the high temperature fuel cell and solid oxidative fuel cell. Under the low temperature fuel cells, we call it as the alkaline fuel cell. It operates between for room temperature to 80 degrees. So this has been explored for the Apollo fuel cells. So generally we use the alkaline media. When it is a proton exchange membrane fuel cell or polymer electrolyte fuel cells, so it generally operates between the 60 to 90 degree. And the example is hydrogen fuel cell or methanol or ethanol fuel cell. And phosphoric acid, it is approximately 200 degrees, and hydrogen is a fuel, here stationary energy storage devices. So this is also particularly used for a different purpose. And the other one is a molten carbonate fuel cell. So it's generally operate at a very high temperature. It is about 550 degree, and basically the nickel catalyst and the ceramic separator membrane, which is generally not used much in the applications. And a special one is a solid oxide fuel cells. It is operates at a very high temperature. It is only for a special application which cannot be used at a room temperature. So the other one is direct methanol fuel cell, which comes under the low temperature fuel cells, so where people use the methanol as a fuel. So depending on the fuel we are going to use, we classify this one. So in the case of alkaline fuel cells, so we use the alkaline membrane over there, and the fuel cell can be ethanol, methanol, and even the sulfuric acid. And proton exchange membrane fuel cell, in both the cases, you can see that OH minus is the one in the ion exchange between the anode to cathode here, and ultimately the product is a conversion to the water here. In the case of proton exchange membrane fuel cell, also people do use a sulfuric acid, perchloric acid, along with the methanol, along with the ethanol. In case if the people are going to use a hydrogen and oxygen, hydrogen can be directly used over there. And in the phosphoric acid, they use a phosphoric, and here also we expect the H plus ion. Whereas the molten carbonate fuel cell, we do expect the carbonate ion and the solid oxidative fuel cell. The basic principle in the molten carbonate fuel cell and also the solid oxidative fuel cell is quite different than this one. So, however, I'm not going to discuss about, because these are all high temperature fuel cell. My talk is going to be focused only on the low temperature fuel cell. So apart from this, we have another type of fuel cell, which is a solid one, so which is called as a borohydride fuel cell, which comes under the alkaline fuel cell. So that means if you consider a low temperature fuel cell, the methanol, either ethanol, so these are all liquid as a fuel, whereas in the case of hydrogen, oxygen, hydrogen as a fuel. So whereas in the case of borohydride fuel cell, we use a borohydride, which is a solid, so therefore it is easy to carry. However, the major disadvantage is in this case, it is an 8 electron process. The conversion of this 8 electrons is a challenging so far. In the research, we do see only the 2 electron process. That means that the loss of 6 electron, that means the efficiency of the fuel cell is very low, and not much work is devoted on this one, because the stability of the catalyst and also the borohydride stability, it's a very challenging in this case. So how does, when you talk about the fuel cell, this is the assembly of fuel cells. So that means one in a single fuel cell, we cannot use it for any application purposes. So at the laboratory level, so we have to construct a first single fuel cell, and then later on you are going to assemble mini fuel cell to extract certain things. And this we call it as a bipolar plate. So this is generally prepared by the carbon block, and this is a toric carbon paper. This we generally use it as a supporting material. And when you do the experiments, we always look at the current density and power density. What is the maximum power density which we are going to achieve? This is going to define the efficiency of the fuel cell. So basically in the fuel cell, we'll always look at the electrode material, anodic catalyst and cathodic catalyst and a membrane. So far, we call it as a state of art or a benchmark. So in this case, electrode material, it is a Vulcan carbon. So the XE72. So this is available with the Cobalt Corporation USA, or you can say that even if you are going to develop any new catalyst, it is always recommended to validate your results with respect to the state of art material. So generally the anodic catalyst is a platinum ruthenium, which is again a 20%, which is supported on a Vulcan carbon again. And then the cathodic catalyst, it is also a 20% of only platinum, which is supported on a Vulcan carbon. The membrane is generally an Nepean membrane, so which is from the DuPont. And in this membrane, we do have varieties of membrane, depending on the membrane. So you are going to say the efficiency. So generally people use N117 because the thickness of the membrane also matters for the, because again, the ions has to move from the anode to the cathode. So otherwise the crossover of the fuel cell, there are a lot of parameters which is going to be influenced on the efficiency of the fuel cell. Therefore, choosing of a membrane is also important. At present, most of the fuel cell is run by the N117. How does this fuel cell stack look like? So this is exactly the fuel cell stack, what you can see, the blue color and also the yellow color. So this is, we call it as a membrane electrode assembly. As you've seen in the previous slides, in the fuel cell, we have an anode, we have a membrane, and we have a cathode. When you sandwich all this, that membrane between the anode and the cathode, this is called as a membrane electrode assembly. This is a one fuel cell. And this is a second fuel cell, and this is a third fuel cell. These are the gas flow channels, and which is also called as a bipolar plates. And we sandwich many stacks, that means many fuel cells we stack together to produce or to use it for application purpose. This is a hydrogen, which is always fed from the anode side, and the oxygen is fed from the cathode side. Generally, a single fuel cell produces enough electricity for only the smallest application, that means a single polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell produce about 0.7 volts and also a 0.2 amp direct current. So therefore, if you want to use it for any application purpose, typically we have to combine a fuel cell series into a stack, and then we extract the fuel cell. What is available, commercially available fuel cells? So you can see in the market, the Ballard fuel cell stacks. In 1993, they used a 5 kilowatt stack fuel cell. So this can be used for different purposes. And in 1999, they explored for 50 kilowatts, and later on now, so the commercially available fuel cell is also 250 kilowatts of system. So now the question comes, so although we are increasing, why still the research is going on? The first thing is that we have to reduce the cost of the fuel cell, and then again we have to reduce the weight, because when you are going to stack this fuel cell, if you want to drive a car, so then the weight of the fuel cell is increasing, then you need additional energy even to take your the fuel cell stack as well. So therefore, the first we always look at the cost of the catalyst, that means the overall the fuel cell system, and also the reduce the weight of the system. So what we see in the fuel cell technology, obviously, so that although there are a few, the fuel cell bus is also running, and also the fuel cell cars are also available. But however, you cannot just go and buy the cars in the market. So these are all a customized system. You have to place an order, and then you have to get, because otherwise the expensive of the fuel cell cars or any vehicle is very expensive. So in 2010, the Honda Motor Company in Torrance, California, they have opened this fuel cell tank. So similar like a fuel cell fuel stations, you can just go over there. In this case, this is a hydrogen, the hydrogen fuel cell station. So where through the simply splitting the water through the solar. So we generate the hydrogen, and then you just go over there and fill the hydrogen over there, and you can run the car. So this is also, you can see. Not only this, in India also they introduced in 2017. So they launched the fuel cell bus. This is on the trial basis. The ISRO and Tata Motors company, they developed, this was a trial for 2 years. After that, still we do not see any progress in this respect, because obviously, so the country like India, it's a challenging, because we have to look at the cost of this one, and also the sustainability of the fuel cell. Soon, hopefully, we will find a solution for this one. Why do we go for this fuel cell? Why not the battery system? So what are the advantages of this one? When you look at the advantages of a fuel cell, it is a high efficiency. When you look at a high efficiency under the reduced load, and it is a very flexible and modular. This is always looking at it. So when you look at the application purpose and decentralization, and it is very quietly, and more importantly, it's eco-friendly. What are the challenges in this case? So we talk about the high over potential of the oxygen reduction reaction. This is what I'm going to define it. So what exactly the high over potential, why this is influencing on the efficiency of the fuel cell. And the major problem is the mass transfer problem in the porous electrode, because when we discuss about the membrane electrode assembly, so why this is going to be a big problem, because we have the anode and we have a cathode, and this is a membrane. So when there is a crossover of the fuel cell, so then the efficiency of this one is going to be decreased. So therefore, development of a high efficient catalyst, which can convert into a 4 electrons or a 6 electrons or 8 electrons, is a highly demanding. And then the Ohmic class, and this is again the resistance and also the cost. So therefore, a lot of research has been devoted for the development of a highly efficient oxygen reduction catalyst. So in this direction, so what is the basic principle of this one? So if you know this thermodynamic potential, so many of us are already aware about the water splitting, right? So what are the potential of water splitting is about 1.23. So when you do the same reaction at the anode, we do generate the oxygen at the anode. At the same potential, and we look at the cathode, so we do generate the water. That means oxygen is undergoing the reduction, producing the water. Similarly, if you go at the zero potential, so we do expect the hydrogen production. So this is all about this is with respect to the standard hydrogen electrode. However, the oxygen reduction reaction is not a simple process, because sometimes it can be a direct 4-electron process, or it is a 2 into 2 electron process. If it is a 4-electron process, it's well and good. So the efficiency we can expect a better, because we are not going to produce any intermediate. However, if you are going to produce intermediates, we expect most of the time. So if it is undergoing a 2 into 2 electron process, it produces hydrogen peroxide. If it produces hydrogen peroxide, during the operation of the fuel cells, it is going to damage the membrane. Once it damages the membrane, we do expect the crossover of a fuel from the anode to the cathode. When there is a crossover effect, we are going to decrease the efficiency of the fuel cell, because it's going to block the complete active sites over there. Therefore, it's important to develop a 4-electron conversion. That means the catalyst which can catalyze the reaction and give us a complete the 4 electrons, so that we can stabilize the catalyst, as well as so you can produce a better electricity. Even sometimes if it is not direct electron, so that although it is producing hydrogen peroxide, it should able to convert into water at a later stage. So when you look at this one, the basic principle over there, so we always start the reaction at 1.23, 1.2223 to around 0.8 or 0.85, we call it as the activation loss. Although the thermodynamic potential is 1.23, the state of art of catalyst still we could able to reach only up to 1 volt. That means there is a loss of 0.23 volts. So therefore, still we are not able to achieve a good efficiency in the case of fuel cell. So later on, this is the ohmic loss. This is depending on the conductivity of the material, or the conductivity of the material when you're developing the membrane electrode assembly. This is one of the challenging issues. So even if the catalyst is not good enough, so therefore you always experience the ohmic losses over there. So therefore the efficiency, and then later on the mass transfer loss. When we have the direct 4-electron process, we expect 1.23. Let's say if we are going to, we talked about what is the disadvantage in the case of fuel cell. The expected potential is 1.23. However, the experimental is you are going to get 1. So the whole potential is almost about 0.23. So the reported, sometimes you will see the 0.9. So then you can see that almost 0.33. If increase the over potential, the efficiency is decreasing. That means you need extra that much energy to catalyze this reaction. So therefore, the cost of the catalyst is also increasing, and also the efficiency also decreasing in this case. So another one is the indirect pathway. This is what I said. So first, oxygen is converted to hydrogen peroxide at 0.695 volts with respect to the standard hydrogen electrode. And again, if you want to convert this one to water, again, you need 1.77 volts. That means you need that much energy. So that means the energy is also high. We are utilizing a more energy for the conversion of 4 electrons. So therefore, this is not at all the advisable. So therefore, the challenging thing is that we have to develop a catalyst which can convert into 4-electron process. So under the ORR oxygen reduction reaction catalyst, so I'm going to pronounce it as a ORR catalyst now onwards. So the platinum-based catalyst, as I said, so platinum ruthenium for the anode catalyst and platinum as a cathode catalyst. When you look at the loading of the anode and the cathode, look at the anode, it's about 0.05 milligram per centimeter square. Whereas the cathode is 0.4. That means 8 times higher we required on the cathode side. And also the kinetics is very slow. So then you can imagine the cost of the fuel cell. And when you look at the benchmark, so it's very expensive. So, and more importantly, if you are going to use this platinum-based catalyst for the methanol or ethanol fuel cells, then we do expect the poisoning of the fuel and also the crossover effect. So poisoning means then it is going to block the active site because it produces CO as an intercarbon monoxide intermediate. This CO is going to block the platinum sites over there. So obviously the efficiency is decreasing, and also the limited resources here and activity loss due to the sintering. Alternatively, there are a lot of research has been devoted on this one. So people are trying to alloy with a different material and also other noble metals, ruthenium, palladium people have used, and also metal chalcogenides more than a decade. So people have been working on the metal chalcogenides and also the carbon-based material, especially macrocycles and parallelized macrocycles as an alternative to the platinum catalyst. Even they're adding a trace amount of a noble metal catalyst, also the non-noble metal catalyst, so that we can achieve the activity with respect to the benchmark catalyst. So now I'm going to introduce the carbon support. So because this is what I'm going to discuss about the few of the carbon materials, and then later on I'm going to introduce a small amount of a semi-noble metal catalyst, how we are going to improve the efficiency of the catalyst. So in the graphene, so in the carbon materials, you can, you might have heard about the graphene sheets and then the carbon nanotubes. So you can see this is from 1995. A lot of research has been devoted towards this carbon materials because it has a very good BT surface area. This is always we look at it. Being an electrochemist, I always look at it on the electrochemical surface area. And also I love carbon nanotubes because the mass transport phenomenon is always good in when you use a carbon nanotube. So therefore the kinetics can be improved by fine tuning the surface properties of the material or by adding some metal particle in it. So this is our multi-valve. So when you roll it into different types of multi-valve carbon nanotubes, nanofibers, and bamboo-like structures, this is what is called as activated carbon. People use it within the commercial one, platinum, ruthenium, aluminum carbon. These are PAN fibers and these are the carbon microfibers. Why this nanomaterials? Why is it so important? Right? So everyone, for any application nowadays, you take the people using carbonaceous materials. First of all, it is a lightweight material. This is one of the important. So we have to reduce the weight. In the meantime, you have to reduce the cost and also producing the same amount of activity with respect to the state-of-art material. So it has excellent mechanical and chemical stability, high thermal and electrical conductivity, and it is resistant to acidic and basic media, because with fuel cell, most of the time we are operating in the either in the acidic condition or in the highly basic condition when it is in the alkaline fuel cell. And this is the one thing which everyone love it, because you can fine tune the surface chemistry by introducing the different functional groups depending on the need of the applications. So in our case, we are introducing the nitrogen containing carbon nanotubes because these heteroatoms can enhance the activity with respect to the oxygen reduction reaction. So not only that, incorporation of nitrogen also changes the structure and electronic properties of the graphitic layer. More importantly, it also increases the oxidation resistance. This is very important for the catalyst development. In our laboratory, we have been working on the various nanostructured materials. So that in the carbon nanotubes, so we are introducing the nitrogen into the carbonaceous material by doping and modification with the polypyrrole, modification with the polyaniline, and treatment with the ammonia, post-treatment with ammonia, and using the porphyrin, and also a direct growth of the nitrogen containing carbon nanotubes. I'm going to give you the brief introduction about one synthesis, and then I'll move on to a different techniques over there. So now my talk is more into the research. So in case if you have any doubts, you can stop me in between if you were not able to follow me. So I'm going to just briefly discuss about that, how we are going to, because even in the university level, even the college, a lot of people are working on to the using the carbon materials because it's easy, and especially people are functionalizing this, right? People should be aware about that, how much we can fine tune this one, how long the procedure and other things, right? When you purchase a commercial, so what we have done here in this case is that the commercially available carbon nanotubes, we have heated at 800 degrees for 1 hour, because as received carbon nanotube, when you purchase a carbon nanotube, this cannot be used directly for any application purpose because it's inert, and also we have a contaminant. So therefore, it's always better to treat under helium over there. So and for 1 hour at 800 degrees centigrade. Later on, we have introduced the oxygen functional groups. Here, this is via wafer phase treatment using the nitric acid at 200 degrees centigrade for 48 hours. Most of the people do use this oxygen functionalization of carbon nanotubes at the laboratory level. They just mix with the sulfuric acid and the nitric acid, and they boil it for some time, and they do not optimize at all. You have to monitor. If you are going to do this process, instead of a carbon nanotube, you are going to break the carbon nanotube, because we always look at the surface area, surface to volume ratio, right? If you are not going to properly monitor and also the optimize this one, it is not a carbon nanotube anymore, and also you cannot expect the surface area similar to the carbon nanotube. So therefore, one should be very careful while introducing the oxygen functionalization, especially at the laboratory level. So therefore, to avoid that, what we have done is that not in the liquid phase, we went to the wafer phase. It's a specially designed setup for in our laboratory where we introduce this one. So later on, once we introduce the oxygen functional groups, so later we introduce the nitrogen functional groups at various temperature by post-treatment for 6 hours. How did we monitor this one, right? Once we have synthesized, we should know that how do we know that whether it has a nitrogen, whether it has oxygen? Yes, of course, there are various techniques which you can use it. So the first one is if you have a CHNS facility over there, so you will get to know about the percentage of the carbon, percentage of the hydrogen or a nitrogen, or also the oxygen. In the meantime, if you do not have, people can go for the XPS. These are the two best techniques to understand the surface properties of the material over there. In our case, we have used the XPS because we want to understand the functionality, also functional groups present over there. So when you talk about the XPS, this is X-ray photo electron spectroscopy. People only know about that. This technique can be used only for the to understand the oxidation state of the elements or the metal particles. But this can also be used for many other properties. That means one can understand the functional groups present over there, even for any kind of a functional group, whether it's a phosphorus, whether it's a sulfur, whether it's a nitrogen, whether it's oxygen, and you can say that what kind of nitrogen functionalities are present over there. So once we synthesize this material, so we are monitoring with this XPS. So this we call it as the survey spectra. So this has been done by the XPS. So when you look at this XPS survey spectra, so we are getting a peak. We always measure with respect to the binding energy, which is about 284 electron volt. So this peak is with respect to the carbon 1s peak. So this, of course, since it's a carbon nanotubes, we expected that there should be a presence of a carbon nanotube. And then around 530 to 535 electron volt, we expect another peak. It's a big peak. So this is due to the presence of oxygen functional groups, and we represent it as a OCNT, oxygen functionalized carbon nanotube. So now the beauty is here, 200, 400, 600, 800. This is a post-treatment under ammonia. You can see that the carbon peak remains same. When you look at this one, the oxygen peak, the intensity of this peak is decreasing with increase in the temperature, and also additional peak around 400 is existing here. So this is what we expected. That means a part of the oxygen functional group is replaced by the nitrogen introduction here. We are introducing the nitrogen through the post-ammonia treatment. So therefore, there is an existence of a nitrogen functionalities at 400 electron volt. However, with increase in the temperature, 400, you can see that the concentration, it is decreasing and this is increasing. However, if you cross beyond 600, 800, you can see that, so although there is a peak, but the intensity of both oxygen and nitrogen is decreasing. This is giving a warning that you are going to destroy the carbon nanotubes. Then if you are going to treat beyond this one, it is no more carbon nanotube at all. So then it is obviously it's going to be a graphitic carbon or whatever it is. So therefore, at least once you synthesize anything, try to monitor this one so to understand the percentage of the material. If it is crossing the beyond that certain things, you please stop it and optimize the system. So this gives us a clue that yes, there is a presence of both oxygen and nitrogen, and we have achieved what we are expected over there, targeted over there. And then after that, since after 600 it is decreasing, we stop the treatment at 800 degree itself. And these are some of the techniques we generally use it to characterize. It is a TM, transmission electron microscopy. This is the basic principle behind this is like a similar like a projector. So that means the electron can pass through only the transparent one. So when it is a thin film or a thick material, the electron cannot transmit over there. So therefore, you cannot see any material over there. Let's say CNT, the letter C. So the C is a very thick, so therefore the electron cannot pass through, therefore the C can always reflect it on the screen, right? The same way here also, when you have a metal particle, you can see there black color, the electron is not transmitting over there. So therefore it remains as a black color, and also it gives us a shape and the size also. Whereas the carbon nanotube, you can see in here, hollow here, and also in this case, the thickness is there. You can see these are the number of layers. If you want to go in depth analysis, one can go with the high resolution transmission electron microscopy. So this is another example. Just I wanted to show that how these techniques can be used for a different purposes. This is also one of the platinum ruthenium which we have explored for the anode catalyst for the direct methanol fuel cell. You can see that these are the carbon nanotube outer layer, and this is the metal nanoparticles. The dark black color, so these are also agglomeration of the particles. So this can tell us about that whether the particles are uniformly distributed over there or not. On the same side, you can see here the platinum ruthenium coated on the nitrogen doped one. You can see the uniform distribution of the nanoparticle. So uniform distribution of the nanoparticles, and also you don't see the agglomeration of the nanoparticles here. And obviously one can extract this one here, the percentage of the distribution of the nanoparticles. What we've seen in our case is that the synthesized nanoparticles is about 2 to 3 nanometers, and the percentage of this one is very high compared to the other one. So this gives us an information that when we are synthesizing and optimizing, if you are, because why there is an agglomeration, because we are loading more than the expected, because we do not have the enough anchoring sites on the carbon nanotubes. However, our loading is 10% of platinum ruthenium. So therefore, the metal particles start to agglomerate. So therefore, these are the different techniques. Once you start to synthesize, you can use it to optimize the material for your particular applications. Once we have developed this one, so what I'm going to talk about is that the development of catalyst at the laboratory level and optimize this catalyst with respect to the oxygen reduction reaction, which is a cathodic reaction in the fuel cell. And this is completely off cell. We are not going to show anything about the fuel cell, complete fuel cell setup, because the fuel cell research is a very vast and you have to optimize at every step: membrane electrode assembly, catalyst development, again the assembling of the fuel cell, and when you prepare the MEA, so then how you are going to understand the distribution of the material. So there are a lot of parameters, and also how the gas distribution over there, and also the channelizing. So there are many parameters which is going to influence. Our research is only focused onto the development of the catalyst with respect to the fuel cell application. Once we have synthesized this catalyst and we have done the characterization using the electron microscopy to understand the morphology, to understand the surface properties, we have used the XPS, of course, to understand the materials, so that because this is the fingerprint technique, which is called as X-ray diffraction technique. So to understand what kind of materials are the phases present over there, so which I'm going to explain it in the later on. So in a different material synthesis, once we have everything, so once we have optimized the system, so now we have to understand the electrocatalytic properties. So therefore, we are going to use the electrochemical technique to do this one. The synthesized material, we are going to use it as a catalyst slurry. So therefore, this catalyst slurry, how we are going to prepare? So known amount of a catalyst, we are going to disperse in 1 ml of water, or a combination of water or ethanol or isopropyl alcohol. And if it requires, you can add a trace amount of NaPN as a binder. If not, also it's highly recommended not to have it, because most of the time when the catalyst you have may prepare a slurry and you are going to drop coat a known amount of this catalyst onto the glassy carbon, and you are going to do the dry up. So when you place it in the solution, sometimes the catalyst goes into the solution. So then in that case, you just go with the add a trace amount of NaPN in it, so that which can hold. If not, so you can directly go over there. This is a glassy carbon electrode, which we generally use at our laboratory level. We call it as a working electrode. In electrochemistry system, so people are aware, I guess, when we are from 10+2, we are learning the electrochemistry, right? Electrolytic cell and also the galvanic cell. What I'm going to talk about it is the electrolytic cell. So what you know about it, we have only anode and a cathode, right, to understand the basics of electrochemistry. However, in the research, we are going to introduce another one, which is a 3-electrode system. What we have is earlier anode and a cathode. One is a counter electrode, one is a working electrode, and then another one is a reference electrode. That means whatever you are going to measure, the potential should be a constant. So you might have heard about the reversible electrode, right? So gas electrode, the example is a gas electrode. That's called as a standard reference electrode, the standard hydrogen electrode. So another one is a silver chloride electrode, and mercury oxide electrode. These are all called as a reversible electrode with respect to the particular ion. So that we are going to introduce at the research level. So we call it as a reference electrode. What we are going to measure is always with, this is the electrochemical system. We have it over there. This is our reference electrode. This is a counter electrode, and the center one is going to be our working electrode, which is nothing but a glassy carbon and a sample of our interest, which we are going to quote on that. So this is a complete rotating ring disk electrode measurement. So that means under hydrodynamic conditions, this is a close view of our cell over there. So this I'm not going in detail about it. If at all, if anyone is interested, so this we can discuss at later stage. So once we develop this one, so we are going to study the electrocatalytic activity. The preliminary set of experiments we are going to do is a cyclic voltammetric experiment. So this is a basic electrochemical experiments. So when we have the working electrode, reference electrode, and a counter electrode, you can see here the potential while writing potential volt versus silver chloride 3 molar KCl. That means this is the reference electrode which we have used. Or for a representation, you can convert this into the standard reversible hydrogen electrode. So then it is easy for a better comparison with the reported literature, or else you can keep it as it is. And we measure the current as well. So we started our experiment from this potential. So, and then so we move on to the reduction. You can see the dotted line. So this is a bare glassy carbon electrode. It's almost a non-Faraday. We see that we don't see any oxidation and reduction, right? For any oxidation, we expect a reduction. For any reduction reaction, we expect oxidation. Without that, we cannot expect. We cannot expect only oxidation. We cannot expect only reduction reaction. So, however, after adding the carbon nanotube, this is NCNT 800, which we have treated, you can see that the capacitive current is increasing. So that means the catalyst is there over on the glassy carbon electrode. This is in the absence of oxygen. So generally, any solution when you take, it has a dissolved oxygen for the experiment purpose to remove the dissolved oxygen, because our aim is to understand that whether the catalyst is good to catalyze the oxygen, right, to water. So therefore, first set up as a control experiment. In order to remove that, we have purged the solution. Purging the solution means we are just put the nitrogen or argon into the solution and then purge it for the 20 to 30 minutes and make sure that so there is no dissolved oxygen over there. So that time we see that there is nothing. You can see very parallel current. This is called as a capacitive current. When you introduce the oxygen in it, you can see that the current start to decrease. This gives an indication that the catalyst is active. That means it is catalyzing the oxygen, so in reducing to water, and later on the current remains stable. And when you just reverse it, you can see the same truth. So therefore, this gives us a clue that the catalyst is active towards the oxygen reduction reaction. However, since this is in the static condition, we do not extract any kinetic parameters. That means how many electrons has been transferred, right? This is very important for us to understand that whether it's a 4-electron or a 2-electron process, and also the how the kinetics, whether the kinetics is faster or slower. Based on that, we can optimize the system. So therefore, we cannot do this one. So therefore, we have done it in the hydrodynamic condition. What is hydrodynamic? That means we are rotating the electrode at a different rotations using the rotating disc electrode measurement. And with the same thing here, cyclic voltammetry means this is a single side and this is a reverse one. So this is complete voltammetry, cyclic. And the same, once you do only one cycle, we call it as a linear sweep voltammeter. This is a linear sweep voltammeter. We started the experiment and we just gone into the negative direction. So that means started at positive and we moving towards the negative because it's a reduction reaction. So we have done for the variety of catalyst and we are comparing what we are targeted. We are looking at the better potential, that means which is close to 1.23. That's our thermodynamic potential, and we expected the better current. So that means so that it can catalyze over there. When there is a comparison, you can see that almost all the nitrogen doped CNTs are giving a better activity, and even compared to the dotted lines, which is platinum carbon, which has a very less current, whereas the oxygen functionalized carbon nanotube is very less. After that, we have done the stability, and then we see that with the time, how the stability of the catalyst from 100%, it is almost reduced to the 76% of the catalyst activity. So then later on, we can fine tune this with respect to introducing. This is one of the, this was the catalyst which has been synthesized. And now I'm going to introduce the silver one. So earlier we have been using on the previous approaches. Now what we did is that although it is good for the oxygen reduction reaction, still we would not able to achieve what we are expected over there, because hydrogen peroxide production is very high in this case. So therefore our aim is to reduce this one. So therefore we move on to the adding a trace amount of a silver in it, and then later on we are trying to change the morphology control and how we are going to study this one. So now I'm going to talk about the silver on NMC and also the NCS, carbon nanospheres, and later on, if the time permits, I'm going to discuss about the other application, which is HCl electrolysis. And I'm going to introduce a special technique, which is an advanced technique, the scanning electrochemical microscopic technique. So in this case, what we have done is that similar to NCNT, this is also another carbonaceous material, whereas it is a mesoporous carbonaceous materials. So this has been synthesized using SPA 15 template, using a ethylene diamine, carbon tetrachloride, and refluxation for 90 degrees 6 hours, and we do get the template. So and then to remove this template, so we have treated at a different temperature, 600 paralyzed at a different temperatures, 800 degrees centigrade. So and 400 degrees centigrade, and later we realized that at 400 degrees centigrade we cannot completely remove that, because we need at least minimum 550 degrees centigrade. However, we went up to 800 degrees centigrade because we know that we can control the nitrogen doping. That is very important because nitrogen functional groups are very active for the oxygen reduction reaction. So once we have synthesized this material, what we have done is that we have taken this catalyst and we have drop coated on that, and then we have done the silver electrode deposition onto this slurry. That means we are introducing a trace amount of a silver in it so that we can enhance the electrocatalytic activity, and we monitor through the cyclic voltammetry. Again, you can see that MSC 600, 800, which has been treated at a different, the potential is also better, current is also better compared to the one at 600. And in the same case here, when you add the silver, you can see that when the addition of a silver is increasing the current here. So we have optimized this with respect to the silver deposition. So generally the synthesis by hydrothermal and all, we go with the 12 hours, 18 hours, 20 hours, 24 hours. what I'm going to talk about in milliseconds and seconds. We have optimized this with respect to the 5 cycles. It means the number of cycles, the potential, and also the nucleation time, growth potential, and the growth time. We achieved the best catalyst, which is being developed at a 0.36 volts for 5 milliseconds and a growth potential at 0 volts for 3 seconds. Then we have characterized this material using the SEM. You can see here from the SEM, so you can see the bunch kind of, these are all the MNC material. Excuse me, I'll just take a water. Yeah, sorry. These are MNC 600, MNC 800. This is the SEM picture. And here I'm going to introduce the XRD. So here, since the material is a mesoporous, then generally we know the wide angle XRD to understand the phases. We call it as a fingerprint technique to understand what kind of a material, let's say the properties of the material. Generally, if you synthesize some material and you do not know anything, what you should do? The first thing you should do is that do the XRD so that you will get to understand what kind of a phase is present over there, what kind of a material, and even whether it's a mesoporous or whether it's a composite material, whether it's a alloying material, everything can be understood by the XRD technique. Here also we introduce the wide angle XRD. So these peaks are with respect to the carbon and for all the different treated temperature. And again, here we have done the lower angle XRD. In the lower XRD, generally you see that below 6 degrees. So these peaks are the indication of the presence of mesoporous. This gives, because this is SBA 15 template and the one which is synthesized at a 600, 800 also giving the same features. So this confirms the mesoporosity of the material. And also we have done that this is a high resolution TM. This gives us the highly ordered structure, so the structure of the material. Apart from that, we have calculated the BET surface area, and it's very important to understand the pore volume and pore diameter. So here pore volume and pore diameter is varying with respect to the treatment temperature. And also we understood the presence of carbon, nitrogen, and hydrogen. You can see CHN analysis and also the XPS analysis. So here we have 19% of the carbon, nitrogen when we treat it at 600 degrees centigrade. And the same thing when we see that 13.5. There is always a small difference between the CHNS and XPS analysis. However, the CHN analysis is a bulk one, so that which is more reliable, whereas the XPS is only a surface property. So therefore, a small variation in this percentage is always acceptable. So this is the one which we have introduced over there in the XPS. Generally, people use it for the characterization of the metal particles to understand the oxidation state. Here we are introduced to show that this can also be used to understand the functional groups present over there. In this case, so you can see that this is the XPS spectra for the carbon, which has been deconvoluted, and we understood that the synthesized materials, we have a CCSP2 and also the nitrogen and carbon and also the carbonyl groups over there. The same thing when we have done for the nitrogen one, in this case, you can see that this is for a different materials, and in the so then also the silver we have a silver material, and you can see the presence of 3D 5x2 and also the 3D the 3x2. And this is the SEM picture of the metal particles which has been deposited on the MNC material. So you can see that the bright spots on the carbon nanotube. So that means once it has been synthesized, these materials can be, you can see the distribution of the metal particles over there, and this particles shows that the uniform distribution of the catalyst on the MNC material, and also the since it has been drop coated on the catalyst on the glassy carbon, so you can see that the bunch of the material over there, and the same thing you can see the distribution of this metal particles is about 8 to 15 nanometers, whatever we have synthesized there. Once the characterization has been done, again we have gone with the kinetic studies under the hydrodynamic condition. Here I'm going to introduce not only the reduction current, I'm going to see also the the oxidation current. What we have done here is that we are trying to understand what is the percentage of the peroxide is producing during the reaction. So here earlier I shown that we are monitoring only the oxidation oxygen reduction current and also the onset potential. In the meantime, during the oxygen reduction reaction process, we are trying to monitor, that means we are polarizing the ring current, because this is a different set of experiment. So to understand the simultaneous production of hydrogen peroxide during the oxygen reduction reaction. Here, when you see the different catalyst over there, you can see that the oxidation current is increasing and we do not see decreasing at all. That means it is producing a hydrogen peroxide, but it is not converting back into the water at all. That means the percentage of hydrogen peroxide in this case also it's about the 20%, although we added a silver, but compared to the NCNT, we reduced from 60% of the hydrogen peroxide to the 20% after the addition of the silver and to the NMC catalyst. And we try to understand that why the catalytic difference is there in this case. To understand this one, we have done the electrochemical surface area. You can see that the electrochemical surface area for the silver, which has been quoted on NMC 600, is 6.01, whereas in the case of silver on NMC is 800, which is almost 6 to 7 times lesser. The reason behind is, although we are introducing the nitrogen functional groups, we are destroying the structural properties over there. So therefore, the amount of nitrogen percentage in the case of 800 is decreasing. So therefore, the anchoring ability of the catalyst is decreasing. So obviously, the electrochemical surface area is decreasing in this case. So now let's move on from this one to the morphology controlled carbonaceous material. Yes.
Professor, like our next speaker, like he's waiting since past 15 minutes. So if
okay, how long do I have that time?
Like it was like 50 minutes, and I think so you have crossed 50 minutes. So if you can wind up, that will be greatly appreciated.
Okay, fine. All right. Yeah. Okay. I thought
so
that
sorry,
it's
sorry.
No, not a problem. Okay, just finish this one and I'll just move on. Okay, so this is a different type of a carbonaceous material. So in this case, our aim is to target for the spherical one and to understand what is the catalytic property over there. And this has been, again, we have treated at a different temperature. In this case, the beauty is that such a similar electrochemical properties you can see here. Earlier, what we have seen is a single step, but in this case, you can see the 2 steps here. On the same side, the oxidation current, you can see here, when there is a 2-step, here the oxidation current is increasing. And then when it is a 2nd step, it is going, this oxidation current is decreasing here. So in the other catalyst cases, in this case, it's almost remains the same. So that means the synthesized catalyst is producing hydrogen peroxide. However, when we are polarizing further, so again, it is reducing to water. So to do this one, we have done some microelectrochemical approach in this case. This is a special technique. So which we have done it in our laboratory. So far, whatever we have talked about is in the bulk technique. So this is about in the means, let's say 15 to 20 ml solution, or even that's a 50 ml solution, and you have a 3 electrode system. What we are going to understand here is a microelectrochemical approach. In this microelectrochemical approach, we are going to introduce a probe, especially this is a scanning probe technique, basically. That means we are going to use the 10 micrometer of a platinum electrodes, and also then later on we are going to use a catalyst here. So which is our catalyst, which is generally used it for the electrochemical studies. So the main aim of this study is that in the bulk, there is a chances of we are missing something. That means when it is producing an intermediate over there, it's very difficult. It goes into the solution and we cannot completely utilize whatever the product it is producing or whatever the oxygen is producing over there, oxygen we are purging over there. So therefore, we have placed just a 10 micrometer so above the surface. That means we have placed the microelectrode close to the surface. So therefore, during the reaction, our aim is to understand the production of hydrogen peroxide, the percentage of the production of hydrogen peroxide, so that whatever the hydrogen peroxide is producing through the catalyst, it should not escape. So that's our main aim. So therefore, we place a 10 micrometer and then we monitor through. This is a typical cyclic voltammetry on the macro electrode, and this is a cyclic voltammetry on the micro electrode. When we have done this by a chronoampherometric sequential one, you can see here, we have applied a 3 different potential in this case here. At every 50 millivolts, we are monitoring the current. In the beginning, the current was constant. When it starts to reducing here, you can see that the current start increasing. and then it remains almost constant and it further decreasing. That means when the current is decreasing here, we are producing the hydrogen peroxide, and when it is further reducing it, and then we are decreasing almost to water. And we have done the quantification of this one also, various catalysts over there. And this is one of the novel technique which we introduced in our laboratory over there. And then we evaluated the percentage of hydrogen peroxide produced in this case about 8 to 10% over there, but we are converting and the kinetics is much faster. This is a new techniques which we generally introduce. So generally in the strategies in the fuel cell research, we always go with the, so far whatever I have talked about is a single component optimization. And now we are going with the investigation of the membrane electrode assembly. Generally, I'll just quickly just take 2 to 3 minutes and I'll just stop this one. This is a novel technique which I'm going to introduce because when you assemble a membrane electrode assembly, it's very important to understand the microscopic level that how the catalyst distribution is there. So whether there is any leaching or a deactivation or a segregation, right? There is no other technique which we can do that because everything is sandwiched. So once we assemble the fuel cell and we extract the efficiency, we'll blame that, oh, the catalyst is not good, let's throw that. No, there are many parameters which is involved over there. So therefore, what kind of a technique we can use it? We cannot go with any electronic microscopic technique, nor the XPS surface properties technique or the XRD techniques. That gives only the properties of the material and also the morphological distribution. So therefore, application of the scanning electrochemical microscopy, one can use it for the development of electrocatalyst for the membrane electrode assembly. So this I'm not going to use it. So this is a high resolution speaker. The introduction I'm going to use it. Skip this one. This is a special device. We have it in our laboratory. So for electrochemistry, what I talked about is a 3 electrode system. In this case, it's a 4 electrode system. This is a probe what we have used here, and we are going to scan it on the surface. Well, how do we do that? So when we are positioning the electrodes, so we are going to most of the time the tip crashing because we are placing only 10 to 15 micrometer away from the surface. So this we are going to use it through a different positive feedback and negative feedback approaches. We are going to position and monitor through the software. And once you have positioned these electrodes over there by monitoring the current, so the system automatically calculates the distance between the tip and the sample, and then the electrodes start to move. So therefore, whatever the electrocatalytic activity we are going to get is the purely on the activity of the catalyst. So after that, once we have positioned this system, so we are going to apply a potential pulse. Here we are going to impart, that means we are polarizing the catalyst by applying a variation in the potential. We are monitoring the current only on the micro electrode. This is very important because we get the highly special resolution the current, and we are measuring the current in the picoamp or in the nanoamp. So we polarize the sample, and then later on we are introducing the oxygen because we cannot permeate the volume of the solution. In this case is only a 0.5 ml of the solution, and the distance between these two is only 10 micrometer. So, and then later on we are going to apply a potential where both the electrode, platinum electrode, and the catalyst is competing for the available oxygen in the gap, and we are monitoring the activity. This is the complete potential pulse program. Here we are going to talk about the data acquisition. That means during the measurement, we are going to collect the data. And in the meantime, we are going to collect the hydrogen peroxide as well. This is one of our catalysts, for which we have a silver on NMC. We have, these are the 4 different catalysts over there. And this is what we have measured. So this means this is the visualization of the catalyst activity on the electrode here. You can see the 4 catalysts, the red color, more the red color, the activity is better. And this color is a purple. That means we are monitoring the hydrogen peroxide. One of the important thing is that the hydrogen peroxide produced is always be expected in this one. Instead of that, it is less. This is because the production of hydrogen peroxide in this case is less than the glassy carbon. When we invert that image, the image is showing this one. Now the question comes that whether this activity is due to the visualization of the activity is due to the morphology or due to the electrocatalyst. We have done the activity at a different potential. You can see that what varying a different potential, you can see the changes in the images here. These changes in the images clearly give the indication that this is purely on the electrocatalytic activity, not due to the topographical images over there. However, even if you vary the potential, the one which is quoted on this one is purely active. And also another important thing is that at 600, you can see we do not see anything. The color distribution is almost uniform. If you move on to the 300 and 150, we can see that the catalyst distribution is not uniform. So here you can see that it's not uniform. So therefore, this will help us while preparing the membrane electrode assembly. And also we calculated the kinetic parameter. The same thing we have monitored the hydrogen peroxide simultaneously collecting on this one. So you can see that with moving towards the hydrogen peroxide, moving towards the more negative potential, you can see that the current is increasing. The hydrogen peroxide production is much more higher in the scale. So this is one of the advanced techniques which we are working on in our laboratory. Yes, so this is all about the SCCM. So this, I thought that if the time permits, I can just move on to the HCl electrolysis. So yes, I can just pick up the question. So this is, finally, I would like to acknowledge one of our collaborators. So we have been working together for this HCl electrolysis and other work. So we use even the polyhexameters, not only the carbonaceous materials, and the Department of Science and Technology for the Ramanujan Fellowship and DST Nanomission, and also the Alexander Humboldt Foundation, because this is the one where I got the SCCM instrument, the project, and also the SCRB and CSIR. And so far, whatever the work I discussed is from my first two PhD students. At present, both of them are Humboldt Fellows, so they are in Germany, and one is in Canada. And soon he will move to the Germany for the Humboldt Fellowship. And this is my present group. And finally, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. So this is our institute. So yes, you can visit anytime. So in case if you need any help from us, so we have well-established electrochemical laboratory, and we have been working on the fuel cell batteries and also the electrochemical sensor. At any time, if you need any help from us, please let us know. Yes, I'm ready to take questions now.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative session. It was indeed very enlightening and made us aware of numerous interesting facts. We learned about fuel cells, their types, components, and applications, their advantages and problems, principles and reactions, etc. It gave us insight about nanostructured electrocatalyst and helped us understand better about it. We also got to know about potential pulse program. Thank you once again for such an informative session. I now would like to announce that the platform is open for question answer session. The participants who are interested to put up their questions can raise their hands. Thank you.
Yes, Pooja.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Pooja Yadav of MSc second year from Isabella THOBURN College. My question is, ma'am, why can't we exceed 80 degrees Celsius operating temperature in polymeric electrolytic membrane fuel cells?
Yeah, because see, we are using it, this is in the aqueous media, right? So therefore we cannot cross this 80 or 90 degrees centigrade. You are going to evaporate the everything, right? So since it is aqueous media, we cannot, even we do not cross, although we mentioned 60 to 90 degree, we stop it by 80 degree itself.
Thank you, ma'am.
Like I saw like one more question, like it was from Tanvi. Tanvi, are you here? Or you got disconnected? Pragya Tiwari is there. Pragya Tiwari? Okay, I can just see Pragya. Okay. Pragya, you can just unmute yourself. Pragya and Tanvi. I think so. There are some technical issues. Anyways, Professor Tharamani, thank you so much for your precious time, and we are really.
Sorry to interrupt. We have a question from Mr. Ikhlaq Beg.
Okay, Ikhlaq Beg. Ikhlaq sir, yes, Ikhlaq sir, go ahead. Ikhlaq sir, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Myself is Ikhlaq Beg, Faculty Department of Chemistry, IT College.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you have presented very well about the fuel cell detailed analysis, the types and functioning, merits and demerits regarding the fuel cell. We are also teaching the fuel cells in the MSc final year course. Ma'am, I want to ask a question that how much time is taken to commercialize these fuel cells in our country, that is India? And one more question, ma'am. What is any study related happening to the road conditions and the hydrogen fuel storage tanks for the safety purpose?
Yes. Okay. Sir, not only in India, so because it's a worldwide problem, yeah. So the target is that. So although you see a lot of fuel cell cars over there, fuel cell bus over there, even in Japan, that's what I said, that we have to customize the vehicles here. In India, they have launched this one, but this is only for, this is what I'm searching. Even in the Google, I'm not able to follow up it. Although it was launched, I was very happy that finally in India also we do find that the fuel cell bus soon. Hopefully, this will be established to all the. I think it was introduced in Pune, so it will establish to all the at least major cities in India over there. But again, so this is only on a trial basis. They have to see that how much is the sustainability and other things and all. So therefore, it's very difficult to answer that how long will it take, not only in India, in all over the country. So the main problem is that, as I said that, so let's say if you want to run a bus, obviously you need the amount of energy which is required to run a bus is very high. So then again, you need to accommodate this fuel cell stacks completely over there. So, and then it takes a lot of time, so that, it needs more energy even to run this one. So obviously the cost of the fuel cell is increasing. That's why, although the fuel cell research started in 1939, and especially from last 20-25 years, extensive research, if you see the development of catalyst for oxygen reduction reaction, it's a flooding. But still we are not able to touch the commercialization. It is demanding, according to the Department of Atomic Energy, they have set the platinum, everyone is asking for, although a lot of literature is about carbonaceous materials, especially nowadays it's flooding, that yes, the on-site potential is this one, because I'm talking about the research wise. So we always look at the thermodynamic potential, where we are. The half-wave potential we are not able to achieve with respect to the state-of-art catalyst, although research is flooding from more than 2 decades. So once we touch that, then only we can expect something which can be, because whatever you are going to develop a material, they ask us to validate with respect to the state of art which has been fixed by the DAE. That's what, even when you are publishing a paper in a high ranking journal, they always ask the questions that, is this your catalyst validate with respect to this one? So therefore, if it is very difficult, even though you can work a lot of work on the fuel cell research, it's very difficult to publish a paper. If you want to publish, you have to show in a different aspect that, so on-site potential we are able to achieve with respect to the state of art or the benchmark catalyst, but still half-wave potential, and then again the oxygen reduction current, which still we are not. That means this is again so interlinked with respect to the power density and also the stability of the material. Stability issue is a challenging, sir. So this is still, it's very difficult to answer at this moment for a first question. So it takes a while. So what people have done it is that in the research, since again the research, how the people do, it's all about the thrust area. At thrust area at present is the batteries. After this Nobel Prize, so then everyone moving from the electrocatalysis to the batteries, and also from lithium ion to the aqueous, non-aqueous to the aqueous. Even in our group, we almost we reduce this the research with respect to this one, and we already move on to the batteries. Although we are working side by side, so we are moving towards this one. So people say that let's come out of the fuel cell and why not we go with the batteries. So sometimes the research becomes a trendy apart from the fundamentals. So therefore, at this moment, it's very difficult. Hopefully, after a few years, I'm expected that again the research will back to this normal, and soon we can answer to this questions when it can be commercialized. And the second question is that the storage problem. That's what I said, that if you want to develop a fuel cell, it's not about the catalyst development. It's not about just the assembling of the fuel cell. Again, the challenging issue is that how we can store the energy here, right? So it's hydrogen. So a lot of mechanical people are also working on that, to developing the cylinders, how to store. So alternatively, that's where it existed, that the water splitting. We cannot store, the safety issue is there, hydrogen. So therefore, we have to generate there itself by splitting the water, and then the hydrogen that can be utilized for the battery system. Sorry, for the fuel cell system as a fuel. So therefore, there are alternative ways which can be, connect to the fuel cell. So hopefully, we might get a solution even in our laboratory. So we are working on the hydrogen production. Now, water splitting also we have been working on it. So apart from that, so in our group, we have been working on the H2S. H2S is again a waste pollutant. We are converting this waste pollutant, means cleaning the environmental thing, and also utilizing this H2S to produce the hydrogen. So therefore, only alternative is that, so where you can generate the the hydrogen, and simultaneously that hydrogen can be used. So, however, the using a methanol or ethanol is a very challenging for the methanol fuel cell and ethanol fuel cell, especially for the bigger vehicles and all portable electronics, mobile phones and all. It's not a problem. Mobile phones and laptops, portable electronics is not a problem. For vehicles, we have the solution is only the hydrogen oxygen fuel cell. If it has to be hydrogen oxygen fuel cell, so then we have to find out the alternative way to generate the hydrogen, not as a storage. Storage is not at all the permanent solution at all. So because of the safety issue, so only thing is generating the hydrogen. So this also we have to wait and see, sir. Hopefully, expecting within a decade, we can give the answer to this one.
Thank you so much. So, ma'am, we have studied that the first time hydrogen and oxygen fuel cell used by the Apollo spacecraft.
Yes, 1950. It's in the alkaline fuel. Yes, they have used.
Because the road conditions are in some areas. So
yes.
The hydrogen is very highly inflammable gas. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Tharamani. And I bet one of our student is also doing PhD under you.
Akansha Chaturvedi. I just when I looked at it, so therefore I asked her. She said that yes, ma'am. So she's a third year student. She's working under me.
Yeah.
So she's working on the nitrogen reduction.
Yes.
So in the electrocatalysis.
After this COVID things goes away, please, if we can send our few students to your lab,
sure. Yeah. So we are here. That's why we generally promote this one. So because as a premier institute, it's our responsibility also.
Yes.
So to knowledge the student, especially the master students, we have to promote them for a research, right? So please write to me. Yeah, now the institute is open at this moment. Yes, so you can send them for the interns, the summer interns fellowship and other things. Sometimes institute also gives and also asks to recommend your students to apply for the INSA and other things. So they do give a summer fellowships.
So our students will be needing your help and blessings.
Sure, sir. Anytime, sir. Please approach me at any time. So yes, we have a big laboratory now. The group is big, so we have around 12 PhD students in my group now. So the laboratory is well established. So please, anytime. So whatever within our limit. So definitely we will help you, sir.
Thank
so
you, sir.
Even if anyone is interested, so actually I have a funding for the winter, the fellowship. So this winter. So at least for 1 month, 2 students I can accommodate with a fellowship of 5,000 each.
Okay.
So if anyone is interested, yes, you can just send them to. I will just advertise. I'll do that because my students are also interested. Any of they are going to work in the MSc students in our department. They will work under our project. But it's always good to go with these colleges. I prefer always to go with the colleges and also the universities, sir, because they need a support. So definitely, I'll just write to you regarding this. If at all, if you can just send 2 students over there, so that through the interaction, because now I don't want to pick the student just because of that. I would like to have an interaction with the students first.
Yeah, sure.
And whoever, I'll just pick them. So, but apart from that, fellowship I don't give because laboratory facilities, and if they're from their own funding, so then definitely for any this thing, so that I can support in that respect.
Thank you. And while writing research papers, also if you can guide, you can allot few students so that
sure, sir, sure. So please just sometimes yes, I'm busy, so that it's very difficult. So most of the time I do.
You're very busy, we know.
Yeah. Actually, I'm on leave now. But still, so that I'm just I'm just teaching also. Actually, I came to Bangalore. I'm in home. So due to some function, so that but still tomorrow again I have an invited talk also. This RSC desktop seminar also. So, but we do, sir. We do, not a problem. So please, even if faculties or students, if you need any help, and even the faculties also we have.
Yes.
Summer is especially 1 or 2 months. Faculties do visit our institute, and then we introduce them for the research. And even if they are already started some research over there, if they need any additional experiments from our laboratory or something, we do allow this one. So there is a procedure through our institute. So that even we have started some induction. We are allowing faculties, young faculties, for the induction program for 2 to 3 months. So we provide all the research facilities from our side. So only thing is they have to take care of their local hospitality and other things.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again, ma'am. Greatly appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, sir. It's my pleasure.
So without wasting any time, we will be going to our next speaker, and I would like to request Shishti Dwivedi. So Sarat, Professor Sarat, I'm really very, very apology for waiting you for a long time. Shishti, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So without any further delay, I now take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our third keynote speaker, Dr. Sarath Guttikunda. Dr. Sarath Guttikunda is the founder, director of Urban Emissions.Info India, and an adjunct professor at TRIP, Center of Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, India. His main research interest is air quality analysis at urban, regional, and global scales, and finding ways to bridge the gap between science, policy, and public awareness. He is the developer of the SIM Air, which is simple interactive models for better air quality, family of tools with applications in Asian, African, and Latin American cities, capable of assessing short and long-term air pollution scenarios in a multi-pollutant environment. Urban Emissions.Info launched portals disseminating model air quality forecasts and policy and source contributions for the next 3 days, and other policy relevant information for Delhi and India, and also launched the APNA City program disseminating baseline information suitable for long-term air quality management planning for 60 Indian cities. Dr. Sarath Guttikunda received his PhD from the University of Iowa, Bachelor's in Chemical Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He is a NASA Earth and Space Science Fellow and a TED Fellow. We extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. Yeah.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, thank you, Srishti, and thank you, Alfred, for inviting me to give this presentation. I'm very honored. First of all, I'm not a chemist. I'm a chemical engineer. So I won't use as much chemistry words as I saw in the previous presentation. So what I will do as a primary task is to tell you the level of chemistry that is involved in air pollution analysis, and then how the chemistry, both maths, physics, and chemistry plays their roles in understanding what air pollution is, and how we can better help both in the management and also in the science aspects of it. I think I've already been introduced what urban emissions does. So what we primarily do is air pollution research, which involves a lot of number crunching. So we build information databases for sectors, countries, different cities, and we put that information out in the public domain for open consumption. And in the process, we now, of course, work with a lot of students, faculty members in different institutions. The main umbrella program that we have undergoing right now is called the Apna City program. It's air pollution knowledge assessments. I did a little DUI there with a K and K into an A. So it's basically Apna City program. What it means is building information databases for the cities so that they have a better understanding of what kind of science is involved in the air quality regime in their airshed, and what kind of policies can be really helpful in understanding their air pollution problem. So in India, there is a bigger umbrella program launched called NCAP, National Clean Air Program, that includes about 130 cities across the country. I mean, we haven't supported all the cities. We are currently supporting about 60 cities with information, and all the information that I'm presenting today and what we have developed for these cities, everything is online. As part of the Apna City program, Lucknow is also one of the cities for which we developed we set an airshed saying the air pact between these borders are actually influencing what's happening in Lucknow, and what kind of sources, their strengths, like how much is domestic sector responsible, how much is industry responsible, how much is transport responsible for the problem that is being experienced in the Lucknow city airshed. And of course, not only just the sources in the city, but also how much of the pollution that the Lucknow is experiencing is coming from outside the city boundary. From the pie that you see on the screen, you can tell about 30% of the pollution on an annual basis can be mathematically apportioned to sources which are not in the Lucknow airshed. So these are coming from outside. Most often, these boundary contributions, emissions, the pollution contributions coming from outside the boundary, they're all what we call as secondary contributions, which means that they have chemically formed while they are transported from their source, which is somewhere outside Lucknow area, and while they are moving from their source origin to any city, in this case Lucknow, but anywhere you go, so they get chemically transformed. The sulfur dioxide gets transformed into sulfates. It's part of the PM 2.5 aerosols. Then you have NOx, nitrogen oxide gases. They undergo a lot of chemical reactions, and they get converted into what we call as nitrate aerosols, and they form part of the particulate matter. And then that's the particulate matter that we breathe in the city. So if we chemically dissect a sample that you collect in a city, any city, we will be able to tell how, based on the chemical signatures, where was that pollution coming from in terms of sources, not in terms of region, sources only. And you can use that for, again, for other science discussions and policy discussions. And if we have enough information, we can do this on a daily basis or a seasonal basis or on an annual basis. So what I will do is give you a understanding of what kind of research opportunities are there which can be chemically linked to the kind of air pollution analysis that we are doing in Indian cities. So I'll give you a bunch of examples that we have done some, and there's a lot of room to do more work actually. Everybody has gone through this COVID episodes for the last couple of years, and there has been a lot of talk on how it is enhanced by air quality, and there are also other stories of how air quality has benefited from these COVID lockdowns. These are pictures taken in March 2020 when the first round of COVID, those lockdowns were announced. Air quality improved tremendously in almost all the cities, and a lot of things have happened during those 2 to 3 weeks, which led to what is officially termed these days as natural experiment, in trying to understand what kind of science has gone in, and how science has changed, how the chemistry has changed between pollutants during those 2-3 weeks. So there was a lot of knowledge gaps that we could understand. And one of the main reasons why the air quality improved in those 2-3 weeks is because emissions have come down. That's the most important lesson that you have to take from that episode. It's not that some magic wand was twirled and air quality improved. No, emissions have gone down. Transport sector was completely shut down almost. Freight sector initially was shut down, then slowly allowed to move goods and cargo. So it kind of caught up. Trains were down, airports were down, a lot of shipping industry, the freight movement at the shipping ports was down because of labor shortages and other things. And even the household sector, a lot of cooking, especially the commercial cooking that happens at restaurants, everything was shut down. So like this, you take a sector, every sector had a big drop in emissions. What it means is you have a very limited amount of chemical reactions that can take place in the atmosphere that will eventually address what kind of air quality is being observed in almost all the cities. There's a lot of satellite products that are available which looked at how much improvement has happened. This is one of the products called aerosol optical depth. Satellites are basically measuring from their lens to the surface, the column optical depth, how it has changed. It has improved tremendously in those 2 to 3 weeks. And there's a lot of ground monitoring data is also available from our Central Pollution Control Board. So the animation that you see at the bottom is basically showing you how air quality has improved in the first 4 lockdown periods. And also as the restrictions have been opened, Slowly, the freight movement was opened up. Slowly, some of the industries were opened. So as those activities started to open up, you could see the change in the daily averages as well. Slowly, it has caught up afterwards. So in the beginning, there was a huge drop in the pollution levels. And then it slowly started to catch up as the restrictions started moving on. So if we start looking at some of these numbers, there is a lot of questions that come up, and also we can also try to answer some of these questions through science. This is another product, nitrogen oxide. This also saw a huge drop in the overall NOx levels. For NOx, which has a direct linkage to the transport sector, saw the biggest drop in the concentrations. So as part of this episode, one of the important things that we have observed is the atmospheric chemistry went through a very, very unique phase. I mean, we always talk about why and how atmospheric chemistry and atmospheric physics is important, how emissions move from one place to the other, and how during this process, during the movement, chemistry plays a huge role in understanding where the pollution is and how much the pollution is. So this 2 to 3 weeks of episode has given a lot of questions that can be used for further research. And as I said in the beginning itself, very important lesson that we have to take it from here is that clean air is possible in every city, but it is possible only if emissions go down. Okay, so it's not, I mean, we don't have any gimmicks, we don't have any magic wands, there are no silver bullets. So it will happen only if emissions go down. So we have to keep that in mind very seriously. Now, what kind of opportunities are there to better understand episodes like this, or like even on a day-to-day basis, if we have a air pollution program in place, what kind of, how we can enhance our own understanding with kind of different resources that we have. A very important thing that I would like to point out is a lot of papers that get published are already published, especially on this episode, or in general that we see from a lot of cities, are always based on monitoring. So what it means is basically you get some money, you take an instrument, you put it somewhere, you collect some data, and then you present it saying, see, from point A to point B, from time A to time B, the air pollution was XYZ. No, it's a very simple story. So even in this COVID case, they basically said that, see, 2019 graph is like this, 2020 graph is like this, so the drop is so much. So it tells you how much pollution has gone down, the monitoring data, but it doesn't really explain the science behind those drops. So you really should think about what kind of science questions can we answer by going beyond monitoring data. So that's where the research opportunities exist. And every stage of air pollution monitoring has a lot of improvements that can be made. And this is where the concept of how can I enhance with information, the kind of research questions are there. How do we enhance that? So I'll go through about 5 different examples that hopefully some of the students can pick up if you're doing some air pollution work, maybe it will help you in doing some novel work. So these opportunities exist both on the monitoring side and also on the monitoring side. So don't get discouraged when I say that, oh, you put the instrument, you get the data and you publish. You should do that, definitely. But even when we are doing that, I think there are a lot of improvements that we can make on the monitoring side as well that will help us in better understanding the air pollution scenario. Now, the very first question is, again, on the monitoring itself. So how to use what we call as big data that's available in supporting our monitoring efforts. Okay, so it's not just take the monitor, put it and get the data, but how can we make sure that whatever we are doing is representative of what we are seeing both in time and space in the city or in general, the area itself. So what do you mean by big data? So general definition of big data is basically looking at satellite information. So you should take this with a slight pinch of salt. So the satellites are not in our backyard. They are literally very, very high up. anywhere from 500 to 700 kilometers, but they provide a different layers of information that can help us in understanding what's happening in the city area. Okay. So when we say big data, it literally is satellite observations. Now, on the monitoring side, it's a one question that gets asked almost all the time. How many monitors are really required in the city? Is it 1 enough, 2 enough, 3 enough? Like Lucknow has 4 air quality monitors. Is 4 air quality monitors in Lucknow enough to spatially and temporally represent what happens in the Lucknow city? Definitely not. I think we have estimated using the thumb rules that India has thumb rules in collecting and understanding how many monitors are required. So currently India operates about 304 continuous monitoring stations. Of these 304, as I said, 4 are in Lucknow, and close to 75 are in and around the Delhi area. That's Delhi, Gurgaon, Rohtak area, a little bit of the National Capital Region area. So a lot of importance is given to the Delhi area. But if we really want to spatially, chemically, and temporally represent what we are experiencing in India, we need about 4,000 monitoring stations. Okay, so those 4,000 monitoring stations doesn't have to be very expensive research grade monitors. They can also be this new and coming sensors, which are, they come at 100 times less cost, and they help us in populating the understanding of the air pollution in the cities. And these sensors, this is where a lot of chemists and physicists have been working very hard in improving how do we increase the number of monitors in the cities. So this is where one of the biggest opportunities exists, that that you can expand the need. There is a need there for monitoring, and you guys can play an excellent role in expanding that need. This is a quick thumb rule. I won't go into the equations, but we do have thumb rules based on population density only. But what we have realized is, if we really want to place a good monitor across the city, so we need to pick representative sites. It doesn't have to be always on top of the institution's building which owns the monitor. Very often, even your own college, if they get a monitoring station, they are not going to go put it in the market, which would be really ideal thing to do. But for a safety reason or for whatever other reasons, they will end up putting on top of their own building. But the question is, okay, it's running, but is it representative of Lucknow? That's the question we have to ask. So how do we improve the representativeness of these monitors? This is an example of Bangalore. They operate about 10 monitoring stations, but ideally speaking, they need 41. Lucknow, as I said, they operate 4. Ideally speaking, they need close to 30 monitoring stations. So like this, we have used these layers of satellite information. This includes understanding the layout of the city, basically the land use and land cover. Is it flat, industrial? How much area is urban? So there are a lot of these products that are now available that will help you understand in understanding where are the bottlenecks, where are the hotspots in the city, both from a chemical perspective and also from the total exposure perspective. And we can use this information in designing a really good monitoring network in the cities that will help us further expand some of the questions that we want to answer for air quality. Okay? So this is, in this case, there are 2 opportunities. One is the sensor technology itself. How do we make cheaper sensors so we can monitor more places in a city, and at the same time using some of this big data to explain where should I place the monitor so that I have a better understanding of what kind of science is responsible for how much pollution that we are observing in the cities. Okay? So these are one big questions that we should take this from here. So another information database that's available which is not used as much, but it plays a huge role in atmospheric chemistry, is the meteorological data itself. Now, when we look at just the summaries of meteorological data, there's a lot of information that one can take even before we do any big experiments. For example, this is a summary for Lucknow. I can immediately tell that temperatures in the winter time are under 15 degrees centigrade, which means there will be a lot of need for heating. One second. So there's a lot of need for heating. So what it means is most of the time, these heating needs are met with biomass burning, like grass, wood, or even waste, or sometimes coal. So that changes the chemical signature of pollution in the winter time. So in case of Lucknow, you will have a very distinct chemical signature in pollution if you do the study in summertime versus winter time. So just looking at the monitoring data can tell you a lot about when you should do your experiment to get what kind of results. Same thing for, in case of Vadodara, for example, if you look at the wind directions, the wind directions in the summertime is west and southwest. If you do it in the winter time, it's mostly north and east side. So what it means is, if you have put a sample collecting some studies in Vadodara, summertime, you will have a very different signature because air is blowing from a different angle. In the winter time, you will have sources coming from the different region. The downwind changes in both the seasons. So just looking at the monitoring data can tell you a lot about where and when you should do your chemical experiments in terms of air pollution. So this plays a huge role. Meteorological data plays a huge role. And a lot of this data is now available for free. And any experiments that you're doing in this area, you should definitely go and expand. Another area is the use of Google Earth. Google Earth is free. It tells you, there's so much information on Google Earth that we don't really end up using it as much. This is a quick example of the greater Mumbai area. It's a big area. It includes both Mumbai, a lot of industrial area of Thane, and a lot of industries here in the north. They're all there. But just looking at if you zoom down in the Google Earth images, they provide a lot of information. So for example, this is a freight hub. This area that you see in this image is about 1 square kilometer. But any given time, this is very close to the port, any given time, there are close to 5,000 trucks that go in and out of this area. So what it means is the kind of pollution that gets accumulated in this area is very different. It's very concentrated, okay? And it's all diesel sourced. Of course, there's a lot of dust that also comes from all the vehicles movements, but the kind of chemistry that goes on and the kind of hotspot this provides is tremendous. So if somebody said, hey, I want to put a monitor somewhere in Mumbai, you can go put anywhere. But if you go through a certain process, if you scan your city, just visually, just looking at the satellite image, it can tell you, you can pick so many hotspots that will be ready to answer so many interesting chemistry questions in the air pollution world. So another one is this Victoria Docks, which is on the other side of the port there, on the other freight docks. This whole area is about 10 square kilometers. And it's like a mix of all the pollution coming from the ships that are docked here, a lot of trucks that go in and out of the area. And there's so many train activity that happens. The goods are also being carried through train. So you have an excellent mix of chemistry that's going on in this area. And of course, the sea salt from the sea. You will have a great story to tell if you've done some sampling and analysis in this area. And of course, there's the Devanar dumping ground, huge, one of the biggest landfills that we have in the country, close to 2 square kilometers area. And constantly there's burning that happens that can be is easily visible in the satellite images that you can expand some of the analysis there. This is in case of Punjab. Every one of these dots are not exactly dots, but if you zoom down, you will see that these are actually brick kilns. The same thing also exists in case of Lucknow as well, just outside Lucknow area. If you go out, they're close to about 200 brick kilns in the airshed that we have mapped out already. But so each of these kilns, these are not sources that you see in the city. They're always they're outside the cities. So if you concentrate all your work in the cities only, then you miss out on studying some of these interesting things or places like these. So if you go anywhere on the Indo-Gangetic plain, from all the way from the I don't know why I keep using my finger all the time. So you from the Punjab border all the way to the Indo-Gangetic plain, you will have these areas. And in the Uttar Pradesh, if you go past Lucknow all the way to Varanasi, you will find a belt of these brick kilns. So don't concentrate your work only in the cities. Okay? If you really want to build some stories, try to understand what kind of science is responsible for long-range transport pollution, get outside the cities. There you will find a lot of interesting things to study. Of course, this type of brick kilns also change from area to area. In the Indo-Gangetic plain, you have very nice kilns like these with a big stack and a lot of burning happening around it. But if you go to Mumbai, outside Mumbai, these are called clamp style, which basically they make hand bricks, they pile them up, and between the layers they put grass or some coal dust and things like that, and then burn the whole thing in one go. And then they keep burning it for 10-15 days, and then they take out the bricks. So these are the most inefficient way. This is the most inefficient way of making bricks. This is called clamp style. And the other one that you saw, this is called a fixed chimney kiln, where you can control the amount of burning that happens in the kiln. This is a bit more efficient. But these kind of kilns also exist. Once you get out of the city, you can find them. And you also have other kind of signatures. These are quarries just outside the Pune city area, close to 9 square kilometers. But if you zoom down, you will see all kinds of activities that are happening there. And all these old trucks that are not allowed to move around in the city, they go and operate at the quarries. There's no control there, nothing. There is no electricity. Everything is running on diesel. All the rock crushing is also happening with diesel generators. So there's a lot of activity that's happening. So once you get out of the city area, you will find a lot of interesting situations which some groups are studying, but there's a lot more room there to study more. So please get out of the city and look at that. Another opportunity is also the Google Maps itself. This is the only thing that I'm presenting, which is not a free resource. So the Google Maps actually provides a lot of information on different types of activities. One of the feeds that we get from is the traffic speeds. So traffic speeds information is very valuable in the air pollution analysis world. Again, from a chemistry perspective. So if a vehicle, if an engine is going on the road and it's going only at 10 kilometers per hour, which means that the engine is burning fuel at a very inefficient condition. These engines are designed to move at 30 kilometers an hour, 40 kilometers an hour, 50 kilometers an hour, even more, but not at 10 kilometers an hour. So during the congestion times, you have very low speeds, which means that the fuel is being burnt in inefficient conditions, which means you have a lot of volatile organic compounds coming out, lot of CO, carbon monoxide is coming out. But because temperatures will be low at lower speeds, your NOx will be less. But when these incomplete carbon compounds really shoot up during these low levels. So this feed on a grid by grid basis at 1 square kilometer area if we know which grids are congested, which grids are not congested at what time, we can actually build a new chemical profile for vehicular emissions. That will change the way the photochemistry works in the cities. It will have implications to your volatile organic compound stories, profiles, NOx profiles, ozone profiles, and the new carbon monoxide profiles in the cities. So this is the only feed which is not free when you have to pay for this service, but it provides a lot of information. So if you have some research fund, this is something that you can explore, saying like how traffic speeds affect the chemistry in the cities' air quality. The last one is, I think, the in-use vehicle profiles itself. Again, the cities, this is involves some physical work, and very similar to the traffic speeds information. Understanding what kind of vehicles are running in the city can also help us in understanding the emission profiles, which have a lot of chemical signatures. The three things that we use fundamentally to calculate vehicle emissions are these things: number of vehicles, vehicle kilometers traveled, and grams per kilometer of pollutant that comes out of the vehicle. If you multiply the three, when you have your emission rate. So in these three, the number of vehicles, older the vehicle, you have generally understanding. Our understanding is that the efficiency of the vehicle engine goes down with the age. So the older the vehicle, you have more emissions that are coming out in the tailpipe, irrespective of how much vehicle is being traveled. So trying to understand what is this in-use characteristic in the city is very critical. And so it will really help us understand, again, build another chemistry related story for the city. So we have done some of these works, published some of these papers. So please do come to our website and take a look at these things. And we built a very simple survey. It can be done in 2 minutes. And we've done this in about 15 cities so far, but never in Uttar Pradesh. Hopefully we can do it in Uttar Pradesh as well. The last 3 cities that we have done is Patna, Gaya, and Muzaffarpur in Bihar. And it's very quick. In 2 minutes, you get the information that you need from the person filling the petrol. We've done this at 10 different locations in Patna, and we used about 19 students. And simple questions, 2 minutes, and you can build a in-use vehicle characteristics story for your city. Okay, so we've done this at 10 cities in 10 days, 19 students, and we're able to collect 10,000 plus survey points, and helped us. And this included a gambit of different vehicles because we were doing it in the daytime. So we obviously captured a lot of passenger vehicles, and diesel was about 30%, petrol was about 70%. So it'll, of course, both of them have a very different chemical signature that you can use it for other calculations. And just looking at the kind of vehicles that have come to the petrol station, then we understood, okay, how many vehicles were older that are traveling and how many vehicles are newer that were traveling. That's why you can use, we use all this information to build different stories, and also used our chemical transport models to understand how the air quality has changed over the years. Okay. Now, all this information that you can get can lead to a lot of modeling. So this is where a lot of work goes in. The atmospheric chemists, atmospheric physics, and a lot of mathematics is involved. And you can build a lot of understanding, both from a chemistry perspective and physics perspective. But the thing is, if you want to get into air quality modeling, you need to have a lot of patience. You need to have a lot of patience, and the load of information that you need is also very high. But as I said, in these examples, you also have a lot of research opportunities that you can explore with the kind of background that you are receiving now through your current curriculum. Okay. And if there is a broader picture, you want to support your city with not only just science understanding, but policy understanding. So we can build stories. This is something that we've done for Patna, saying if the Patna city, as part of the what you saw in the very first slide, the National Clean Air Program, the NCAP. So under the NCAP program, they have proposed like 20 different options. If they've done all of them, what kind of benefits will the city have? If they do half of them, what kind of benefits? If they don't do just bare minimum, can we do anything? So the point being, there are a lot of cities that still need to be studied. So I really encourage you to pick a city or pick just Lucknow itself, and you can do a lot of work in the city and answer a lot of these chemistry-related questions using some of these opportunities. So I will take leave at this point, but I do hope that you learned a different perspective of how chemistry is involved in our air pollution world, which is slightly different from sitting in the lab and doing a lot of that kind of work. But I hope that some of your students can you feel encouraged and contribute to this side of the chemistry story, the chemistry world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing session. It was indeed very informative, getting insights on air pollution. We got to learn about continuous air monitoring, mapping sources, etc. The lecture acquainted us with numerous research opportunities and was very informative. Thank you so much again. I would like to announce now that the floor is open for question answer session. The participants who are interested in asking the questions can please raise their hands.
Like there are a few questions, Umama.
Excuse me, sir, can I ask?
Good afternoon, sir. I am Prajakta Srivastav, a student of Isabella THOBURN College, BSc first year. So thank you for the very informative session. So actually my question is it right to think that only government policies and scientific research can help in coping up with air pollution without the sensitization of people? Because there is a big festival coming up in some 10 days and people are already like, why only us?
Sure.
It's only a 1 year thing. So what can be done to cope up with this mentality as a science student?
Yeah. So as I said, there is no silver bullet in this process. And I don't want to say that it's the responsibility of the individuals only in solving this problem. There are multiple buckets that need to come together. For example, as an individual, there are certain responsibilities on our side saying, okay, even the big festival is coming, as an individual, I'll take the responsibility of not firing any firecrackers. So, and if you can convince 10 other people, those 10 people can convince another 10 people, it will have a difference. Okay, so that's from one day's activity. But there are things that one can do on a day-to-day basis as well. Conserve electricity. If you have a vehicle, make sure you maintain it well so that you don't use as much fuel that you're using. Greening really helps. But again, these are all from an individual's perspective. But if you look at what bigger benefits that one can get, those will only come from top-down activities, the activities that are happening on a large scale. The Ujjwala program that in India, where a lot of rural areas were given LPG connections. So that changed the mix of fuel that is used for cooking from traditionally biomass, coal-based to LPG and electricity-based. So at least that mindset has changed and some opportunity has been provided. So that switch is happening. The same thing with the new fuel standards that were introduced for vehicles. Now we have Bharat 6 vehicle standards in the country, both from a fuel perspective and also from the new vehicles that are coming in as well. So newer standards, newer fuel standards, vehicle standards provide us the opportunity to have lesser emissions on the road. Now, it doesn't mean that everybody should go and buy a new vehicle. Even if you have an old vehicle, if you maintain it well, you take good care of it, it will last you a long time. and it will automatically reduce your vehicle emissions as well. So there are individual activities that are there which will help you in coping with the problem, but larger benefits are going to come from larger top-down government pushed programs across the board.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Shashi Maurya. Go ahead and ask the question.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Shashi Maurya from MSc second year. My question is that how do we come to know the level of pollution problem in our community and what measures we can take at our level to improve air quality?
Okay. The only way to know how much is the pollution in your locality is by putting a good monitoring station. Some of the stations will be expensive. If we have the funds, then get a really good reference grade monitoring system and measure it, and you build a story around it saying this is the amount of pollution that we are breathing every day. If you have lower funds, then you can have some of these sensors that I talked about, these low-cost sensors that can help you at least raise the awareness on the kind of pollution that is being observed. Then the next step is, where is this pollution coming from? So that's where chemistry comes in. No, it is not something a monitor can tell you how much is the pollution. But if you want to know where is that pollution coming from, which sources are contributing to that pollution, that's where it becomes a chemistry question. You take a filter, go to the lab, chemically dissect it. Then we have some what we call a receptor models that will help you then build that pie and explain, hey, I'm observing 100 micrograms of meter cube pollution, PM 2.5 of this 20 to 30 is coming from cooking, 20 to 30 is coming from waste burning, 20 to 30 is coming from transport, so things like that. So you can actually build a story, but that involves chemistry work. So,
Thank you.
Okay, so the next question will be from Shrishti.
Very good afternoon, sir. Myself, Srishti, and I'm from MSc second year, Isabella Thoburn College. And my question is, when it comes to study pollutant toxicity at biological level, we initiate with docking and get information about its binding capacity and inhibitory effect. Is there any method? Can we go beyond that? I mean, other parameters like percentage damage or any conformational study about those protein or enzyme structure, or that we can predict about pollutant damage at the target protein.
Okay. Here I will also put a hand up and stand next to you because I'm not an epidemiologist. I basically use people like you who do ask these questions and do the work, and we use that for our number crunching activities. If you send me an email, I can put you in touch with people who do the epidemiological work.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Professor Sarath, like she's working on something like on computational docking. So
Okay.
she wants to know, like she can find out like whether this like benzopyrene is being affected with the particular protein, but she wants to know how much percentage the this thing and benzopyrene or anthracene is affecting this protein. So this is a good question, Shrishti. Like good. Yeah, so Professor is going to help you definitely.
So send me an email. I can put you in touch
Sure,
with
sir.
people who are
Sure,
doing that work.
Thank you so much, sir.
So the next question will be from Samriddhi.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. First of all, thank you for such an informative talk. I am Samriddhi Dwivedi and I am pursuing PhD from ISABELLA Thoburn College in atmospheric chemistry. My question is regarding the modeling software, as in which modeling software is used for plotting graphs after monitoring of different pollutants, and is it paid or free for the students?
Well, most of the plotting programs that we use, they're all open. Pretty much everything is open. So in atmospheric chemistry, in atmospheric modeling, everything is free. Only thing that's not free is people's time that involves in doing that modeling work. The models are very free, but they don't run on laptops. That's the only problem. You need big servers to run those models. And the programs that are used for mapping the data, they're also very free. Those can be run on laptops. Our The maps that you saw in the presentation, we use a couple of programs. One is Python. Again, it's an open software. We use that for more static maps. And then another program is called Surfer, which makes really clean maps that can be used for animation purposes. And they have a lot of student discounts. So it's paid, but it's very cheap, generally speaking.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have one more question. So in future, if we provide the monitoring data, will you be please able to help us in plotting the graph for our research work?
Sure. I mean, we are always looking for monitoring data.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir, for attending the queries. I'm sure it helped the students to clear their doubts and have better insights. Coming towards the end for today, I would like to request Dr. Meenakshi Singh to proceed with the vote of thanks.
So
over to you, ma'am.
Meenakshi, ma'am, yes, Professor Sarath, I'm really grateful to you for sparing your time. Like we are really honored. So whenever you visit Lucknow, so please visit our institute. That will be a great blessing for us. And once again, thank you so much for sparing time. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, Professor Meenakshi, ma'am, please continue. Ma'am, please, ma'am, unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yeah, it was not allowing initially. Thank you, Alfred.
Sorry.
A very warm good afternoon to all present here. As we come to the end of the inaugural session of the 3-day International Conference on Applied Chemistry, on behalf of the IQAC cell and the Department of Chemistry of Isabella Thoburn College, I take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for organizing this 3-day international conference. I'm very grateful to our distinguished speakers for the day, Professor Lydia Moroska, Dr. Tharamani, Dr. Jagrati Saini, and Dr. Sarath Kutikunda, for sparing time from their busy schedule, gracing our program by their presence, enlightening us with their knowledge and expertise. Thank you for being with us. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. E.S. Charles, President, Isabella Thoburn College, Dr. V. Prakash, Principal, Isabella Thoburn College, for their constant support, guidance, and encouragement. Now, I think it's time to acknowledge and be thankful to our event sponsors, HDFC Bank, Reliance Industries, Reliance Digital Limited, and Cappuccino Blast. Thank you for sponsoring our program. Last but not the least, our participants. It was your presence and active participation which has made this webinar possible. We look forward for your presence with the same enthusiasm on all the 3 days. Now, I would call upon Dr. Archana Talwar from the Department of Chemistry to kindly begin with the session 1, that is the students' presentation. Over to you, Dr. Talwar.
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, this is a time for students' presentation. On behalf of Isabella Thoburn College family, I welcome each and everyone presented in this session. And now I request Reham Fahim to conduct the students presentation program and invite each participant. Students, kindly restrict yourself within 10 minutes and give time to others. Thank you so much. Reham, please.
Thank you, ma'am. For the paper presentation, participants, please note, each presenter will be given a time frame of 10 minutes, out of which 8 minutes will be for the paper presentation and 2 minutes will be for the question answer session. All the best to the participants. Now, I would like to invite our first presenter, Tanvi Lal. Over to you, Tanvi.
Am I audible?
No, Tanvi, there are some technical glitches or something. Please fix your net.